Jack, welcome to the show.
Hey, I'm glad to be talking with you. Australia is sort of a dream for me to one day visit,
Well, we look forward to having you down at our shores sometime soon, Jack. Jack, just to get us started, and for the people out there in Australia who don't know maybe what is happening in the broader aspects of espionage around the world, is the world at war at the moment?
Okay, I would probably call it Cold War still, but it's a very intense Cold War in cyberspace. And I have some knowledge thereof because I'm well connected with ex agents, U.S. agents, FBI, CIA, and I'm also very well connected with the cyber community and people who operate in cybersecurity. So it's going back and forth. Now we know mostly about the Russians, what the Russians are doing. In that respect, I would say the NSA is pretty good at not bragging as to our capabilities. Because we can put Moscow in the dark at night, guarantee you.
Well, what can Moscow do to us?
They can also do the same to us.
So is it more intense than it was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s?
Well, it's operating on a different platform that we would think, it doesn't hurt anybody, but the capabilities that and the information that also is being extracted that way eventually can lead to attacks that don't require bombs anymore. Okay, and imagine if the entire, and I also worked in the energy industry in the U.S. The entire electric grid is extremely vulnerable, particularly because the lines are all above ground. We are vulnerable. One would hope that. Well, okay. Let me put it this way: the two most dangerous countries in the world, and the one most dangerous country is actually Iran.
Yes,
because they are on a mission, and they don't care if they die in the process because they know they will go to heaven. And in North Korea, not as much because they're not as capable. But when you look at Russia, and I go back to the Soviet Union, the Soviet leadership was not suicidal, and so the mutual guaranteed destruction actually held both the West and the Soviet Union at bay. And for the most part, that is applicable for the entire world, except for these two exceptions. And there's a possibility that other Islamic countries also go down that way.
So is the role of intelligence gathering more heightened?
I would say not necessarily, but it's more intense because we have the ability to use technology that, in my time, was barely in its infancy.
So then, what makes a great spy?
It depends upon. There's all kinds of different spies, right? So I was an undercover illegal. So I operated as a lone wolf under an assumed identity. So there's a whole different, and I can read you the list of traits. The KGB was looking intensely for candidates that fit the capabilities that you have to have as a lone wolf. Okay, so let me read that for you. Quickness of intellect, high erudition, language abilities, bravery, focus, quick response to fluid situations, hardiness to stress, adaptation to completely new conditions of life, knowledge of several professions. So far I fit all of them except that I had only one profession. Well, now this is my favorite. Well-inclined, well-controlled inclination to adventure. ease of transformation, and emotional stability. So the same does not apply, for instance, if you are running counterintelligence, like the FBI. You will be working as a team. And also the ability to analyze is much more important. And you have a lot of spies that sit in offices and just work. They work for the various spy organizations, and they take what the field folks collected and prepare it so it becomes readable and understandable by the decision makers, because the espionage agencies don't make policy decisions.
Yeah.
They shouldn't. Sometimes when they go rogue, like the CIA has done that, but generally not. So it's I don't want to go any further answering that, because I was never recruited by the CIA or by an organization like that. I was never prepared to work on a team. Yeah. I was from beginning to end. I was a lone wolf and had to make a lot of decisions by myself. I didn't have a handler with whom I could have a conversation. There were no conversations. It was asynchronous. It was Morse code for me and secret writing in the mail for me to them.
All right, let me ask you to start with then. Does one choose to be a spy, or is one chosen to be a spy?
I was definitely chosen. I had no notion, not an iota of a notion, that one day I would be a secret agent. No way. That was not a dream of mine. And even if I had it, there was no way to apply. Now, you can apply to the CIA and the FBI, but you could not apply to the Stasi or the KGB. They were recruiting, period. So
you're born in East Germany?
Yes.
Your father was an ardent Marxist-Leninist. Is that fair enough to say?
He did a good job pretending. And I thought about this, and I came to the conclusion that there was a lot of pretending, because he needed to appear to be that way to have a career. Okay, so and he became a principal of a middle school, and with that came some privileges. We had very good living quarters as a family, because both my parents were teachers, and they were well paid as well. So the reason that I'm now convinced he was pretending, because one time he blabbed. He shouldn't have done this, but he had considered putting an antenna on our roof that was able to capture West German television. We lived in an area that was called jokingly the Valley of the Clueless, because without that big antenna, nobody could watch West German television. And when you put that on your roof, the Stasi would knock on the door, and they would tell you to take it down. And then you would be, the Stasi would follow you for, what other possible bad things you might be up to. So, he shared that with his wife and me, and he said, "Well, I thought about it, but no, we can't do that."
So for the young people out there, Jack, who are going through university, contemplating which way they're going to incline in politics and democracy and the debate around that and the rise of socialism in the world at the moment, can you share what was it actually like growing up under a communist regime?
While I was growing, and as a child and as a young person, I didn't think it was so bad. However, if you took somebody at the same time who was maybe living in the UK or Australia or the United States and put them into our country, they would have cried every day, because we were very poor. We had didn't have good food. Malnutrition was prevalent, and our medical system was horrendous. I grew up in a village where we had one doctor, and I remember this guy because he inflicted a lot of pain on me. And the wounds were treated without anesthesia.
Oh, really?
And teeth were drilled. I had my teeth drilled into adulthood without the Novocaine. We didn't have any.
Right.
Listen. I also once was treated by a KGB clinic. I had a wisdom tooth problem, and they didn't use Novocaine to pull the teeth. They used benzocaine. My God, it was so painful. and that was the best they had to offer. I mean, it was pretty darn terrible. But the one thing that was good about growing up, it was very safe.
Yes.
I grew up in a police state. There was very little crime, and parents had no problem letting the kids out and play even in the dark. I have no knowledge of any friend of mine or somebody I heard of being victimized by a crime. Okay.
Yeah, right.
And so that. And the other thing is, like, I just want to talk about the indoctrination, that started with kindergarten.
Yes.
And it was very systematic. I mean, indoctrination didn't just happen in school. It happened in the various organizations that you could join as a child and as a teenager and so forth. But it was on the radio, on TV, in the arts, in literature. There were, and some of the books that we read were really well written. They were written by by honest Marxist Leninists.
Yeah.
And when you get all of this together, not just like the intellectual side, when they say, well, this is what Marx has taught, and this is what Lenin has taught, that's not enough. The emotions have to come with it, and we were. I mean, my generation was intellectually and emotionally 100% convinced that Marxism, Leninism was the future of the world and the only way to go.
What about as the individual? Because you're all the same in many regards, are you not? If you have ambition, you can only go so far, can't you?
The collective was valued over individualism. However, there was competition. Okay. So in school, particularly in high school, if you did well, then you had some privileges, particularly in college. When you had better grades, you got a better stipend. You got more money. And I, at one point, received a national scholarship that was totally elite, but it was limited to 100 concurrent users in the whole country. And my stipend went from 200 marks to 450, which that kind of money I didn't know what to do with because there weren't too many good things that you could buy.
Thanks for watching the No Limitations podcast, brought to you by Blenheim Partners, board and executive search firm. As a trusted advisor, we work with Australian listed groups, multinational corporations, large private companies, and social impact organisations on their most critical people choices to drive change, prepare for growth, and outperform their peers. To learn more about Blenheim Partners and executive search, visit our website, blenheimpartners.com. And now, back to the show. I do know a little bit about Eastern Europe, and I've been through there quite a bit during my life. The value on education that is placed is a lot different to what I've generally seen in the West. What is that?
Correct.
Too journalist to comment?
The focus. There was a lot of focus on hard science. As a matter of fact, I have a copy of the curriculum of my high school senior year, and science and math was half the curriculum.
Yeah.
And there were no electives. And the for instance, in math, we had what would be considered somewhat advanced calculus in high school. And so, and again, there was no exception. And some people failed. As a matter of fact, when we started the class that started studying chemistry at college, there was 80 people. At the end of the first year, there were only 60 left.
Yeah, right.
Because the other 20 couldn't handle it. So it was hardcore. There was a little music, there was a little art appreciation, and there was gym.
Yep.
And then there was, the planned indoctrination with the one civics lesson, and in history, there was indoctrination. Of course, literature too. We read some books that, were just like infused with communist ideology.
And are you being watched on a regular basis, do you think?
Am I being watched now? I wasn't being watched.
No, just then. Were you being watched as a young man coming through?
I would think that because of my proven abilities already in high school, that
so you're a standout student.
I just looked at my the final report card. They were all A's.
Okay.
Not a single B. And nobody else in that class. And we were like, the top 10% of the students. Not everybody went to high school. Only the quote unquote elite. And that got me. It gave me the ability to choose my university. But I'm thinking that at one point the local Stasi was informed about me, because they collected information on everybody. And it turns out that one of my classmates actually was already a collaborator with the Stasi. And he was a guy. I didn't have a lot of physical fights, but I hated the guy. And we got into a fight, and he was bigger and stronger than me, but I made him say uncle.
Fixed him up.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're ambitious, you're doing exceptionally well as an academic.
Yeah.
Where do you go? I know ultimately you were going to pursue a career as a professor and follow your love of chemistry.
Oh, I wasn't so much in love with chemistry. I was in love with teaching, actually, because both that must have run in my blood. I'm still, even as a manager in corporate, I was a teaching manager. I at one point I had like half a dozen directors reporting to me, and I always told them, I'm explaining my decisions because one day you might be in my position. And two of them actually made it to CIO.
Yeah, okay, right. But the question I was asking, the motivation. So if I'm in the Western society, I go to educate myself with a view that one day I will use this education or a part of this education to lead a good life.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've got a lot of different choices in a career to consider.
Same here, actually.
Did you have that? Did you have a plentiful choice of careers when you finished university in communism?
No. If I had graduated and then said, I don't want to get a doctorate, I don't want to be a professor, then I would have been assigned somewhere, and I would have gotten not a great salary, but I knew what tenured professors were making. I once saw that in a party document, how much, a percentage of their salary, and they were paid like $3,000-$4,000 a month.
Yeah, right.
Not dollars, right. Marks.
Marks.
And so, I really wanted a career, and the other thing that went with it, we were like demigods in society. This is not like in the U.S. Everybody who teaches at college is a professor. whoever was able to call himself a professor was the individual who made that money, and
Yes.
And was highly respected in society. So
Okay.
there was not everything was equal. There was this elite, and of course, for me to actually become a professor, I had to be a party member. So I became a party member at the end of my first year.
Okay. What was it like growing up at home then? Because did Mum and Dad break up?
Yeah, the most important influence that my parents had on me was that I did not experience love. I never once saw my parents being affectionate with each other. No hugging, no kissing, no "I love you, sweetheart," nothing. And they treated me the same way. And I had a brother. We were, iron discipline, perform well in school, do chores in the home. And if you do well, you get a little bit of pocket money, but you need to also account for what you're spending it on. So I had a little booklet where 10 cents for one scoop of ice cream and stuff like that.
Yeah, right.
Discipline, hard, tough love. And actually, I'll give you one example where the tough love would have put my parents in jail for child abuse.
Right.
All right, so I come home from summer camp. I was maybe 11 years old, and I had a wound at the sole of my left foot, and it was somewhat deep because I had stepped onto something, a sharp piece of wood while we were playing soccer barefoot.
Okay, yep.
And I didn't get any medical treatment because it was the last day, so I came home bandaged, and my mother took the bandage off and said, "Oh, that looks bad. You need to go to the doctor." She put the bandage back on and made me walk a little over a quarter mile to the doctor. So then, that's insane. My dad had a motorcycle, and he was home. Right. Okay, so and just to add to the cruelty, the doctor who I told you inflicted a lot of pain. That was one of the instances, not the only one. So he, when he put me on the examination table, he waved the nurse over, the big German woman, and he said, "Sit on his leg." And then he started to cauterize the wound with silver nitrate. You know how much that hurt? And when he was done, he bandaged it up and said, "Now you can walk home." And so I was limping, and I wasn't thinking that, but in subconsciously, I became aware that the people, the doctor and the parents should most likely take care of you didn't do it. So already I had this mindset that I gotta work on my future and on my life without getting much help.
Yeah. Okay. And also, I guess when you look back in your essay that you wrote, "How did we get here? The road to the age of unreason." I think you mentioned that you're driven pretty much as a young man by the power of logic and reason.
Yeah, except there's one exception when we're talking about the ideology. I mean, we were taught that Marxism and Leninism were on par with science. We had a class in high school that called the scientific Marxism Leninism. And, there is logic within the Marxist construct, but it's false. So but other than that, the logic really was applied very well and appropriately when it came to sciences and math. So yeah, of course I had feelings, but my feelings were like immature, not well developed.
So you go to university.
Mm-hmm.
Were you doing well at university?
partially because I was one of the smartest, but I wasn't necessarily the smartest.
You're right.
And already one of the foundations of becoming a really good spy was already visible, and I wasn't aware of that, but I was a really good manipulator. So
Okay.
here's the one where I got my reputation. I was doing well. I was an A student mostly, but we had small sessions, class sessions with one of the professors was really arrogant. Because he was just like he was looking down on us, and and we had just covered in a lecture some how to derive a certain formula from about 15 steps in thermodynamics, and for the heck of it, I memorized that the night before the small session,
Right.
and then the little assistant professor, who nobody liked, but he said, we're going to have an exam, and you better memorize this formula. And I, like a wise guy, said, if you don't remember it, you can just derive it. And he thought, I got this guy. He said, Mr. Dittrich, come to the blackboard and derive away. And I went there and very, very methodically did exactly that. And that, I mean, my fellow students, they were grinning, and because I showed them up. But what he took away from that was that I was an exceptional student, and he shared this with the other guys that that taught different parts of chemistry, and we had things that they called colloquium, I think, where like a group of three would have a verbal exam, would go and talk to the professor about whatever. The result of my performance was that I always was the third to be asked, and I always got the toughest question. And I tell you, there were many times when I wouldn't have had an answer to the easy questions.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting, isn't it?
So I created a reputation, and I was treated.
But it's appealing to. Do you think you're intellectually? You're getting a little bit arrogant in yourself?
Oh, absolutely. Not only did I ace the whole program, there was also admiration coming at me from fellow students, but also teachers. They like even. There was another situation where I manipulated an A out of a B. There was an end of semester verbal exam by a really, really tough guy. He was the senior professor. He had spent some time in the Soviet Union working on nuclear projects and stuff like that, physical chemistry, that was. And so the three of us, we were asked questions, and I occasionally took a little bit of time to think about the answer.
Yep.
And when we walked back in for him to give us the grades, he said, "You got a B." I said, "What do you mean, got a B?" "No, I answered everything. I don't understand this." I said, "Okay, all right, I'll change it to an A, but not because you were so good. It's just because you made a good argument."
Is that right? So if I'm
very ambitious, very ambitious, and very, very convinced that I would, and there was no limit to my rise through the ranks.
Okay, so stand back, and I'm thinking if I'm going to make an approach to you from a spy approach, right? You're a classic, aren't you?
I'm a classic?
You're definitely in my radar. Of course you are. You're intellectually arrogant, right? You're challenging. You're ambitious.
Yeah.
Don't we want you on our team?
You bet. But you also have to
figure
out.
You absolutely you got to be one of my top targets, surely.
Yes, but I also have to believe in the cause.
Yeah.
And
aren't I testing that? Aren't I testing that in the background anyway?
Yeah, of course. And it was known because I was very active in the youth movement and at university. I I was a party member, and I had an unblemished record in that regard, for sure.
So how do I seduce you? How did it happen, Jack?
Well, you don't know that you want me yet. You need to figure out, am I loyal? Am I trustworthy? Do I have some of the other character traits and talents that they were looking for? So it was a tentative recruitment. They would obviously throw out the bait, and I fit. I mean, it was really intriguing when I was first approached.
So I'm playing on your curiosity, aren't I?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, let's see what that's like. And of course, we had a preconceived notion that East German spies, they were called ambassadors for peace, or scouts for peace, or something like that. And we knew that they were like little James Bonds. They would go to the West and rise up in society and drive the fast cars and get the women and all that. And that was in literature, and also on the TV. We had a TV series where one of those junior James Bonds went to West Germany to hunt down Nazis, but he lived a good life, and that was in the back of my mind. That selfish, of course.
So what happened? Did you get a knock on the door one day?
Yeah, I was, and that it was interesting in hindsight. I put this all together. How did that person know that I was there? He had inside information, because I lived in a dorm room that I shared with another fellow, but he always left the town we studied in and went home over the weekend because he could. I couldn't. I was too far away.
Okay.
So I'm sitting there on a Saturday afternoon and doing a little bit of homework, and there's a knock on the door, and very rarely did we have outside visitors. So normally when there was a knock, there was the saying, "I'm coming in," which would have been one of my fellow students.
Yep.
And there was nothing. So I had to say, "Come on in, please." And here comes in this German fellow. There was somebody who spoke perfect German, and he introduced himself as a representative from the company called Carl Zeiss Jena. That was the number one company in town, and it was actually a company that was rather competitive internationally. They made high quality optics, and that company still exists in Germany today. So, I'm thinking, you're full of shit. I'm sorry, because that didn't make any sense. Because he said he wanted to just find out what my plans are after I'm done with after I graduate.
On a Saturday afternoon, knocking on someone's door.
Yeah,
pretty amazing.
and the guy was a total idiot, and this was such a bad cover story, because everybody who knew something about the system knew that nobody recruited students. You had two choices. If you were in the top 10%, you could stay and get your doctorate, and then most likely you possibly could become a professor or a lecturer or whatever. There were different titles, but most people with a doctorate were then assigned to industry, and so his backstory, his cover story, was completely idiotic. So I immediately thought Stasi. It made sense because he spoke German. But I played along. We did a little small talk, and then maybe 10 minutes into the conversation, he did a 180, and he said, "You know what? I have to admit, I'm really not from Carl Zeiss Jena. I'm from the government."
Oh, right.
He set himself up for a question that would have been difficult to answer, but I only thought it. I didn't say it. I wanted to play him. I could have asked him, "What part of the government?"
That's right.
No, and then
But you took the bait.
yeah, and then he said, and I knew I wasn't afraid of the Stasi. I knew I had done nothing wrong. So that was not a hostile interview. And
Okay.
he asked the question, the crucial question that he came to ask: could you picture yourself one day working for the government? And so I gave him the answer that he really liked. I said, yes, but not as a chemist. So we communicated between the lines. So
Yeah. Okay.
I gave him an answer to the question that he didn't ask. Would you like to be a spy one day? And I figured it had to be along those lines, right? And I said not as a chemist. So he knew there were chemists who worked for the Stasi in the forgery department, for instance.
Yeah, but you're not going to be one of those.
No. so that was the inclination for adventure that made me give that answer, and knowing that, my God, this would be great. I could travel and I could live the good life. I mean, I would be very special. And in my mind, I also knew that I would be breaking laws everywhere. And I didn't like the law. I was always a contrarian, and I didn't like to be told what to do and where to go. But I had to, I was aware that I couldn't actively pursue that kind of an attitude. I had to fit in. But inside, I wanted to be free.
So, Jack, I work in the world of executive search.
Yeah.
We've got to make approaches all day long to the leaders in business or in society. But they've also got to challenge themselves. They've got to bring in the future leaders. I'm interested in how you were courted through this process. So you're speaking at riddles between each other, inferring stuff. Okay, yes, I'll come on board, but not as a chemist.
Right.
Potentially. What's next steps?
Well, the next steps, he invited me to lunch, which is the German version of dinner, a good meal, and always a glass of beer at the best restaurant in town. And when I showed up there one day, he was sitting at the table, and there was another fellow at the table, and he got up and walked towards me and said, come on. This is, by the way, this is Herman. We are working with our Soviet comrades. And then he said, I got to go. And so it was me and Herman. And so I knew that I was with the KGB. Man, that...
So Herman is a handler?
Yeah. He spoke with a Russian accent, and he was a local agent, sort of like he played a similar role to the role that Putin played when he operated in Dresden in East Germany. Right. Liaison with the Stasi, some recruitment, and some minor tasks, but certainly not hardcore espionage. Okay. So and Herman and I met informally for like 18 months. So he just like...
What's this on every couple of weekends?
He analyzed me, and here's what came in handy as far as our interaction. Since I did not have a close relationship with my father, I mean, I never had a father-son talk with him. He just he was useless as a father, other than disciplining me and occasionally hitting me with a belt.
Right.
So here's a gentleman who is a few years older than me, maybe 7, 8, 9 years older.
Yep.
And he became a father figure. So I shared everything that was in me with this guy. Everything.
But he's preying on that, isn't he?
Well, that was...
He's manipulating you just as much as you manipulate others.
I don't know if he's manipulating me, but he gets to know me really well.
He's not going to be your best friend, is he?
I think yes, because
is he or not?
As a handler, you want to be the best friend, a friend of the person that you're handling.
Okay,
you've got to give at least the impression, and that means you have to be genuine.
Yeah, okay, so that's the forgery of trust.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was important, and also what helped me, and so he I guarantee you, and I wasn't aware of that. I just liked interacting with him. That every time we had a talk, he went back and wrote a report about it, and that pile probably got pretty thick. And he also gave me some tasks. And the one thing that I liked,
what sort of tasks?
Okay, one of them I hated, like the pest investigations under false flag. Also, so I
What do you
had to.
mean?
I had to. He gave me an address and a name of a.
Yes.
In most cases, that may have been a house in the suburbs, and then I had to do a couple of them, and I had to ring the bell, and then introduce myself as somebody who I wasn't, and then find out some information that this person knew. And in this one case, it was about finding out some information about a relative of that family who lived in West Germany. So my false flag was I introduced myself as a it's not psychology when you analyze groups of people. That's
Not sociology, is it?
There you go. Yes.
Okay.
So I introduced myself as a student of sociology, and I have this task. I have a survey, and if you wouldn't mind, would you answer some of these survey questions? And people wouldn't say no to that. You know, a lot of them were innocent, but some of them were somewhat directed, so that all of a sudden, in the informal part, when the interview was over, we were talking about, our relatives, and I volunteered some of my information, and this lady volunteered some of hers, and so I collected something that she didn't know what it was for. Okay.
Okay.
So that was another one was we drove by an object, a multi-story object. He told me to find out what the people in there are doing and befriend a couple of them. I did that too.
Right. Those are tasks.
And so those were like, there were a few of those, but he just wanted to know, can I do this kind of stuff? Because it made me very uncomfortable, but my ambition says I got to do it. By the way, that skill I never used while being active as an agent. Never.
You don't think so? I would have
No,
thought
I
it'd be
did
your
not.
bread and butter.
No. You can't appear on the false flag if you're an illegal.
No, but aren't you a false flag day one?
Somebody might find out who you really are.
Yeah, but you're living a false identity anyway.
But it's high risk. Look, if I go, for instance, and come up with a story, rather than introducing myself as a computer programmer, and then one day that person shows up in the place where I'm working and said, "What are you doing here?"
Oh yeah, you're right.
And the KGB was extremely risk averse with us. We were super important assets for them, and we could not be endangered in any way, shape, or form. That's why there was a hard law, that another agent would never meet an illegal in the country where he operates. No way.
Right.
So what you see sometimes on TV or in the movies, that the people are like getting together and they're talking and they get advice from their handler. The handler sits in Moscow for me, and I never got to talk to him. He probably didn't even know my name.
I'll come to that in a second.
Okay, so
with Herman.
So one more thing I want to mention.
I
got a bit of a sense of what it was like breaking the law, because at first Herman and I met in a car, and then we met in an apartment.
So never in an office.
No, in an apartment. But he would give me West German magazines to read. Okay, and that if you were in possession of something like that was a crime.
Yeah, but I'm trusting you and I'm supporting you,
yes.
And I'm giving you special attention, are I not?
And then we talked quite a bit of what it was like to go to the West and operate there, and the debate was still out there, because there was literally a potential that I could wind up rather wealthy, and I get to that in a different section of this interview.
Okay, so courting goes, would you say 18 months
Yeah,
with Herman?
with Herman.
All right. When does D-Day come along?
D-Day?
Decisions have got to be made. Yeah, decisions have got to be made
Okay,
about
yeah, well,
which step.
At that point, he probably had shared his analysis and all the data that he collected with headquarters in Berlin.
Yep. Yep.
And they decided, well, we want this guy. That and so I was sent to Berlin without understanding, without knowing, anticipating that I was going to be recruited. I was sent to Berlin for sort of a practice trip. Mm-hmm. And in Berlin, I had another handler. I forgot his name. I never worked with him beyond the 3 weeks. So he gave me some tasks, and he gave me some literature to read that I could read in the privacy of a hotel room. And him and I talked about what it would be like. And again, there was this debate was dangled in front of me. And then the very last day of my being in Berlin, he took me to headquarters, which I only knew was headquarters for the Soviet Army, but the KGB was there too. Mm-hmm. When the KGB was very secret, you wouldn't know where they were. I was led into an office that was decorated with some revolutionary pictures and the bust of Felix Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the Cheka, the forerunner of the KGB. Yeah. And behind that desk sat a very unimpressive short man. And he spoke only Russian. He didn't speak German. And clearly he didn't speak English. At that time, I wasn't able to speak English anyway, but he didn't speak German. So I understood enough Russian to get what he was saying. It was all revolutionary small talk, cheering you on. This is why we're doing this. And then very abruptly, he changed the tune and he said, "All right, here's the question. Are you in or not?" Well, I wasn't prepared for that because up until that point, I was toying with the idea. I didn't really think, I didn't make a decision in my mind. I just didn't take it that seriously. By the way, I haven't taken life very seriously up to this point, with one exception, when I'm responsible for others. Yep. And that's the adventurous nature of me. So I was just playing around with the idea. And so I played for time. I said, I don't know. I'm not really trained. I don't know if I can do the job. He said, well, we determined that you can, and don't worry about it. We will train you. But there's one thing I got to tell you. We will work only with people who can make good decisions very quickly. So you got until tomorrow noon. That made for a sleepless night. And I did what I did.
Did you call anyone?
Excuse me?
See anyone?
Oh, no. That was
so you can't do that.
No,
you can't do that.
I was early on. I was advised not to talk to anybody, no friend, no parent, nobody. By the time I was part of the KGB, I had become a state secret of the Soviet Union.
Yeah,
and I kept this. I did not. Now, had I had a good relationship with my dad, I may have spoken with him. Or had I had a good functioning male mentor, I might have. I don't know, but probably not. So anyway.
Yeah, that's why you were targeted.
Yeah.
That's why you were targeted. You're a classic.
Yeah, and
are you not when you think back?
And they knew that I was very disciplined, and when they
you've done all the things they've asked you to do, correct?
Yeah, and when orders were given, I followed the orders.
Okay, so you didn't disobedient, nothing in that regard, right? So you're a top candidate. Okay.
When it came to the KGB, I followed the orders without thinking, and so interestingly enough, when I shared this with the FBI. And I told them also that I was an independent spirit. He says, well, how were you independent spirits when you followed all the KGB orders? Yeah, okay. Point well taken.
Okay, so you go home. So you go back to that hotel room.
Sleepless night.
You've got to give it. You've got to give a decision by lunchtime tomorrow.
Yep, back and forth.
When did you arrive at the decision? In the morning?
Pretty much, and it wasn't there wasn't a decision based on analysis. This was driven by feelings, like many of my other important decisions. Debate won over. You know, the adventure, the good life, the ability to see the West, the ability to break the law. This is all feeling based, and the pride that came with being recruited by the most powerful espionage organization in the history of the world. Mm-hmm. So you can't say no to that, even though, you know, I had a hard time, you know, leaving the town where I studied and where I'd worked as an assistant professor. I had to say goodbye to a good career, and I had to say goodbye to my family, and my family was my basketball team. Okay, yeah, we were like really tight, and I had no problem saying goodbye to my mother, and my father was not in my life anymore. There was a divorce, but you know, and once the decision was made, I never looked back.
What was the cover?
What was the what?
What was the cover story? Were you joining the diplomatic corps, or what were you joining?
When I moved to Berlin, I told everybody that I was recruited to work for the government and in the foreign ministry, and eventually become a diplomat, and that was very intriguing. You know, Germans are very, and that was actually a very good, believable cover, because Germans have what we call Wanderlust. You know, Germans just like to travel.
Okay, so you've signed up. You're in with the KGB.
Yep.
You can't speak a word of English yet.
Nope. The school English I had practically forgotten. So yeah, no, there was nothing there.
So what is indoctrination to the KGB?
Oh, important. I had to believe. I had to absolutely believe, and I had to believe that I joined an organization that would be instrumental in bringing about the workers' paradise on earth. I believe that with all my heart.
Okay. All right. So you're a believer. Do you then leave Berlin and go to Moscow? What happens?
Oh, no. I got to tell you that first I went to Berlin, and they trained me to go to West Germany, because the first thing that they gave me to read was the West German Constitution. And I had to. They told me that everybody who operates in a foreign country needs to learn another language, and they gave me a choice, and I picked English. Mm-hmm. And it turned out that I learned it very rapidly and quite well, and it turned out that I didn't speak it like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm the party pooper. So, because I had this innate ability to imitate sounds.
Yeah, right.
And that is what really the light bulb went on at the center in Moscow. They had a candidate that they could train well enough to go to the U.S. as a born citizen, to pretend to have been born there, which most illegals, it may well be that all the others were smuggled in through third countries. Their favorite country was Brazil. Still is today for Russia, because it is supposedly very simple. I once had an interview with somebody from Brazil, and it's very easy to gain Brazilian citizenship. So you live there for a couple of years, and then you come legally to the United States. But having been born there, you know, there's no little red flag possible. You know, I've always been here, right? And so that's how I wound up in Moscow. 2 years.
So Jack, hold on a sec. When you joined the KGB,
yep.
Now, you know, and this is what people who got to think through. When I join an organization, if I join Coca-Cola,
yep,
or if I join a big mining company, part of my education, my indoctrination, I learn a great deal about the organization, from what the CEO does all the way through to the first junior. In other words, I understand all the mines around the world. I understand what minerals they source, etc. That's not KGB, is it? How much did you ever know about the organization?
None of that. And I was smart enough not to ask anything. I never knew until I was able to do research after I left the KGB that I was in the Directorate S. That was the directorate in charge of illegals. Under the first directorate, which was espionage. The second directorate was counterintelligence. There were like 30 different directorates. Okay. And most of them were sort of, they were the police, the secret police, the folks that put people in gulags and so forth. The KGB had at that time 500,000 full-time employees and several million volunteers. It's very powerful.
And the illegals were the elite, or what? Where does the illegals fit into it?
Absolutely, because you have to understand. Again, we were totally isolated. I had one handler while I was in Moscow, and some people came in. Obviously, I was trained in Tradecraft, so the specialists would be present, and but I introduced myself with my code name, and there was Dita. Okay, I was Dita for everybody, okay. And anyway, so I was they only shared with me what they thought I needed to know to do my job, and I didn't need to know how the KGB is structured. I didn't know any of that. I didn't need to know anything. I didn't need to know Russian, that had certain limitations, but again, I told you, I was already a Soviet state secret, and I had to be well protected, and this type of training is very expensive. Everybody else was in classrooms, and they had colleagues, and even maintaining us in the foreign country was very expensive, and I had my handler actually was really envious. He once said to me, I wish I could do what you're doing. I wish I had those language capabilities. So, we were admired. And I know for a fact that every 2 years, I know not, it's not, I don't know for a fact, but it's a very well-educated guess. Every 2 years, I went back to Moscow, and I spent some time in Moscow for debriefing and blah, blah, blah. And I would spend some time in East Germany. And on my last day before going back to the United States, there was a banquet. Lots of good food, caviar, and super cool vodka. And there were about 7, 8 people there, some of whom I knew, but the one person the most important person around the table, I knew that he was the most important because he was addressed using the patronym. In other words, Russians have 3 names: first name, last name, and the patronym. The patronym is the last one. So you could be last name Alexandrovich Sergeyev. So that is the most polite way to address somebody in Russian. That is like the equivalent of Mr. So-and-so. There's something in between in the South in the United States. If they say Mr. Jack, that's still respectful, but not the highest. And there was always this one guy who was addressed with a patronym. So I would guess he was the head of the Directorate S, because they had to be curious about I was a successful agent, and apparently not too many of them were, because that's another educated guess. This mission was bound to fail, and I was lucky. I should have been busted a half a dozen times, and it never happened. But so you know, when it turned out that I was able to establish myself as an American, and I had to be very creative. I think they just wanted to get to know me. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So just quickly, Jack,
Huh?
you've gone to Moscow, and you said you're learning the Tradecraft.
Yeah.
What does that look like? And is that the basis for all espionage thereafter?
It's all the skills that I didn't have. These are skills. These are not talents. There may be some talent behind it, but typically the skills. So first of all, cryptography. You know, we communicated, and we had encrypted and messages going both ways.
Yep.
And they were double encrypted. And I was told, and the algorithm was a manual one for the most part. And I was told that this was the algorithm at the time was not breakable unless you exceed 200 usages. I bet you with supercomputers can break them now.
Yeah, right. Okay.
So that was one. Secret writing, how to put secret messages on an open text in a letter. That was my way to communicate with the center. Very awkward.
What does that mean? Secret writing, is that putting words in that I should look at?
Yeah. So so this is how it works. You write. I was limited to 2 pieces of paper per letter. So you write an open text pretending that you know the recipient, and you write a bunch of nonsense, so and so. I'm so sorry that you came down with the flu and blah blah blah. I was really good at inventing these things. Bullshit, right? Okay, and then you take a piece of paper that was impregnated with a trace of a chemical. I was never told, even though I had a chemistry background, they never told me what it was. It was certainly not the standard stuff. You can do secret writing with stuff you find in your home. I think the juice of certain citrus fruits, for instance, I can produce this. But no. This was, you had to pretty much know what you're looking for to find that there was something on there that indicated that there was something underneath. And so I used that piece of paper as copy paper, and I wrote on another piece of paper on top of it with a pencil too, and very carefully not to put too much pressure with my hand, because that would make a smudge and make the stuff illegible. Very, very, and it was, and all of this was done on a glass plate that I had to clean very carefully. And that envelope eventually with these 2 pieces of paper went to a convenience address that could have been it was in Germany at one point. There was one in Austria, and there was also one in South America. And my initiative to teach myself Spanish came in handy, because I could actually write letters in Spanish. And then the person who this was addressed to made a signal for a local KGB agent for a meeting. He handed the letter to that agent, which the letter then made it into the diplomatic pouch and went to Moscow, where it was then developed. So you can imagine that the communication cycle was rather long. So for me to even ask a question about a decision that had to be made within 3 weeks was useless. I had to make all my own decisions. And by the way, some of the answers that were more long term, they were useless too, because they really didn't know what they were doing. They had no clue how the United States society works, and so they gave me a lot of wrong ideas how to go about certain things. Okay.
Being followed, tracking, all that stuff, I guess, was all part of your spycraft as well.
Oh yeah, the other things, surveillance detection. That was a key element of my training. We did a lot of practice runs in in Moscow. Fundamentally, that is you going out into the city. You have to do it in a city, and then it was always required to spend 3 hours going from one place to another, taking different means of
3 hours, is it?
Huh?
3 hours is the 3 hours is the sort of the time you went to.
That was hardcore.
Yeah, okay.
And
yeah, it is hardcore. Yeah,
and the whole idea was to find on this route connection points. In other words, where when you are being observed, somebody has to be right close to you. So otherwise, I could, when I'm out of sight, I could do something and hand a piece of paper to somebody, brush pass, that's called, or make a signal or something like that. They have somebody has to be has to have me in sight, and so and they use teams, and they use they changed articles of clothes, some other things that they may have carried. What they couldn't do at the time.
They change faces these days, don't they?
I know. And so my very good ability to remember faces came in handy in those days, because if I saw this very same face twice, I knew I was being followed. Now, the only thing that I could use now may be shoes. I don't know if people remember to change shoes when they change clothes, but the CIA certainly has the technology to change faces very quickly. So how do you know now? I have no idea how do you find out that you're being followed, unless you have a helper, and that means you do this with a vehicle, and you drive around, and your helper would be positioned, knowing where you are, where you're driving by, and then they will take down the license plates of the vehicles that follow you. But we did not go down that route because I couldn't have a helper. That would have been again too dangerous. And me driving through the city and concentrating on traffic to figure out who's following me, that was impossible. So this was the on-foot public transportation route. And I was told I was one of the best that this fellow, the guy in charge of that group, has ever trained. That gave me great confidence operating in the West.
How long was the actual program for, Jack?
End to end, from starting in Berlin until I was dispatched, about 4.5 years.
4.5 years of training.
Yeah.
How intense is it?
There was a lot of self-study involved. There wasn't a whole lot of interaction. Like my English, I did English every day, including phonetics exercises, listening to radio stations.
That's off your own initiative. Is that off your own initiative?
Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of this whole thing is based on one's initiative, isn't it?
Oh, they knew they had a self-starter, and I didn't. Clearly, I didn't know what kind of skills they were going to teach me. The Tradecraft that they brought to me, but then there were these other things that they gave just a headline. So, like, you need to expand your knowledge of the arts, the theater, literature,
etc. Did you know, Jack, that if you were going to choose English, that your chances were you're going to be sent to the US?
Yes,
earlier on, or
absolutely. That when they interviewed me in Moscow to determine whether I had what it took to perfect my English enough to actually do the job that they had in mind, and that was the United States for sure.
All right. So
So
during the program, do you see anybody else in terms of other students?
no,
illegals?
and I had no social interaction with anybody in 2 years. which gave me great confidence that, God forbid, I wind up in jail, I probably would be able to survive.
Yeah, and no one would spill the beans on me.
Right.
Okay. Did you ever know your boss?
I don't believe so, because my liaison was a young fellow who was roughly my age. So
Yeah, right.
he couldn't have been my boss, no.
Okay. So when is the decision made, time to be dispatched?
There was a bit of a hiccup because I was my first trip to an English-speaking country was to Canada.
Okay.
And I spent 3 months there to just like get acclimatized and get a feel for what it would be like in the United States. But the major task I had there was to acquire a birth certificate in the mail for one Henry Van Randel. They knew that Henry Van Randel had passed away at an early age, and they knew where he was buried and where the records were kept. So I sent a request. Please send me by birth certificate. I'm Henry Van Randel, and they knew they had enough information about the parents. So these are my parents, and I passed away. Right, the slip of the tongue, and I put in a money order because there was a fee.
Yep.
And it took forever. And I waited, and I was in Montreal. I was supposed to go to Toronto and some other cities, and I got really impatient, and I looked them up in the phone book, that office, and I called them, and I yelled at them. I says, "What's the matter with you? You got my money. I want my birth certificate." Well, within 3 days, it came in the mail, and I went like, "Yes!" And then I opened this thing, and there was a birth certificate for Henry Van Randel, but in big, bold red letters, it was printed across, deceased.
Uh-oh.
So here was an individual who died quite a few years ago, and he's asking for his own birth certificate. What's wrong with that? That was the first time I should have been busted. Okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
But apparently, the Canadian, the American, could have been the FBI, informed Royal Mounted Police. I mean, counterintelligence in Canada, and they did follow me, but it took them too long to get this going. So, and I know that they did follow me because the FBI, after I was all clean with them, they showed me the police sketch that was made based on the interview of the caretakers of the small hotel that I was in. So and I was told they followed me on my trip. I should have left right then and there. Instead, I said, I'm not done. My God, I have some other things to do, and I have to prove to myself that I pass as a Native American. So eventually, I did that and pretended to be an American in a bar, in a Canadian bar that was across the river from Detroit. And I acted like an American, and I said, I was talking to an American, and I said like us and we, and comparing us to the Canadian, and the Canadian beer is better than ours, and he didn't blink an eye. So I at least I had one success, but I should have been captured, wasn't, and I made it back to Moscow. And then they went with Plan B, and now I had to study Portuguese and read about Brazil. So the plan was to smuggle me in through Brazil, right?
Yeah.
But luckily, I guess for all of us, and for me too, an agent in Washington D.C. was wandering around on a Jewish cemetery, and he found the gravestone of Jack Barsky. Right. And he was able to acquire the death certificate for Jack Barsky, and he parlayed that into a birth certificate. In those days, it was possible to get a birth certificate of practically anybody without you proving that you had a right to that document. And so when we had that, okay, about face, come back to Moscow, get ready. We're gonna launch you soon. Okay, so now I had to work on a backstory, because I was born in the U.S. and I appeared there in my.
Were you Jewish? Were you Jewish as well or not?
I was half Jewish, because the father's name is a Jewish name,
Right.
and the mother's name could be German, Schwartz.
Right. Okay.
And that helped also with explaining when some people say, you have a bit of an accent, as I grew up bilingual. And that
Barsky.
That worked, that shut people up in New York for sure. And so I came to, because Jack Barsky was born in 1944, and I arrived in the United States in 1978. So I was already 34.
Okay.
Right? And so what did I do in those 34 years? So we had to get this covered. I don't want to. I don't know if you want the details, but let's just say we had me on a farm for a long time.
Okay.
Okay, and
all right.
and somewhere in rural upstate New York, because I was suffering from migraine headaches and I couldn't stay in the city. I was born in New Jersey and then went to school in New York. And then eventually, I and my mother passed away. That's when I got the headache. My father passed away very early, and this was a very well thought out cover story, and particularly, I'm very proud of the fact that I took a lot of my German contacts with me. I just renamed them, like my first grade teacher. Somebody asked me, what was your first grade teacher like? I could describe the lady. And even my first girlfriend, my first sexual experience and all that, that I had, all of this was part of my life. So it was pretty good. And so spent maybe another 6 weeks in Moscow, and then off I went. I had with me, I was dressed in West German clothes. I had a full West German passport. I had one suitcase that had some extra clothes, and it also had a shortwave radio. The Barsky birth certificate was in a secret compartment in a carry-on, and $10,000 in cash. And the backstory and a whole lot of information in my head. The communication protocol was extremely detailed, and it wasn't a story. Nothing hung together. So it was all like insulated pieces of information that are very difficult to retain. They offered me to take that with me in writing, sort of a secret compartment too. And I said, no, that is too dangerous. Yep. And I was so convinced that I could remember everything, because when you study chemistry, there's a lot of memorization. You cannot, by logic, arrive at the formula of cocaine. It is what it is, and I knew that I can do it, and I did. What I did in order to retain it, I would occasionally repeat it to myself. So that again was a great talent, but that there was a skill that I had acquired, okay, because I practiced that.
So what was the route in? What was the route into the US? Which way did you come in?
Oh, it was the most complicated trip in my entire life. So we wound up in Belgrade, Yugoslavia.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, in hindsight, I figured why they made the trip that way. This was a somewhat friendly country. It was a communist country. Yep. And then from a somewhat friendly country, I went to a neutral country, Vienna, Austria. From a neutral country, I went to a NATO country. And then from there was Italy. And from Italy, I took a plane to Mexico City simply because they figured, I shouldn't arrive in the United States jet lagged. I spent a week in Mexico City. And then, that I just found out a couple of days ago when somebody shared something with me that I, for the life of me, I did not understand, because they didn't tell me any of that, why they had me go through Chicago. I bought a ticket on American Airlines that went to my hometown. I was now traveling with a Canadian passport. I bought a ticket to Toronto, and with a stopover in Chicago, and that's where I stayed. Now I think I know why they had me to go through Chicago, because in the interview, that was yesterday actually, with the Australian-born individual, she said she was an Australian citizen, and she spent several years going back and forth between New York and Australia, and the border control, the security force at the airport were grilling her very, very aggressively.
Yep.
And she was from a friendly nation.
Yep.
So I'm guessing if they did it, if they're doing it now, they probably would have done it then.
Yes.
So, and apparently there was some knowledge that in Chicago they weren't doing it. And I had only one question. So yeah, you live in Toronto. What are your plans to do here? So I just want to take a look at what Chicago is like. That was all. Now I was prepared for a whole lot more, and I would have failed an aggressive interview. No matter how skilled and how good my backstory, it wouldn't have held up. That was the second time I should have failed.
So, hey, just out of interest now, so everyone's listening to this. Very different life you're pursuing.
Yeah.
Paranoia? Fear?
No, none.
Why?
Because I wasn't wired to operate on fear. First, there's two things. It's the wiring. I did a lot of things. Took a lot of risks even as a child. I would climb trees that you shouldn't have climbed, and be on a branch that broke off and fall down and get injured, and then I do it again. But the other thing, as I went through high school and college, and then the training in the KGB, and everything I touched, I was pretty much the best at it. And so I developed a very natural optimism that no matter what, everything will be all right. And on top of it, I told you I was aware of the chance of going to jail, but what the KGB shared with me, they said, the worst thing that they can do to you, they're going to put you in jail, and they may slap you around a little bit, but American jails are much nicer than ours, and we will get you out. And there was evidence that they were doing this. That was also partially based on their self-interest, because if you abandon your agents, pretty soon you can't recruit anybody anymore. So
Jack, sorry, go ahead.
There was no reason to. I'm fundamentally wired to not have fear, and all the other circumstances actually made me literally fearless. I was more afraid of my ex-wife than I was to be an illegal in the United States.
All right, hey, what was the task?
All right,
at the end of the day, what were you set out to do? I got to
give you background here, because the task that they gave me was the only one that I knew. And what they were telling me, first of all, the first one I knew was establish yourself as an American and acquire the right documents that will make you an American. The birth certificate wasn't enough. Now, you could get on a plane. Those days, you didn't have to show anything. At a hotel, most hotels wouldn't ask you for anything either. But in order to become an American, I had to have an identity document, and it still is today, a driver's license of the state where you live. And then in order to have a job, you had to have a Social Security card.
Yeah.
And those documents, we were focused on those. And then when I had all of those, go for a passport after you have a job. Okay. And this is where the idea of becoming rich actually could have become reality, because the whole idea was, with that passport, relocate to a European country that speaks German, Austria or Switzerland, and open up a business. And the KGB had plans to funnel a bunch of money into that business. And within a couple of years, I can repatriate that money, show up in the United States, move to Washington, D.C., and join a country club that is next to the Pentagon or closest to the Pentagon. I would have been an incredibly dangerous agent that way, because that would have set me up to mingle with people, the so-called ruling class, the rich, the government officials, and so forth. Well, I failed to get the passport. That was the third time I should have been busted. And this is, you laughing, and I'm laughing about it too, because I made that was based on a mistake that I made. I was advised to go to the passport office in person.
Yes.
That was bad advice. I don't know why they made me do that. I could have asked for a passport via the mail. So I showed up with my driver's license, with my birth certificate, and the filled out application. So the clerk took it all, and I went back, wait a little bit, and then he waved me to his counter. And so here I got to tell you where the mistake was. The application had a number of questions, that had to do with when you were born, where you live and all that, address. Mm-hmm. And then one question, what do you do for work? That was mandatory. And another question, what are your travel plans and when are you going there? That was optional. So, and this is the really bad mistake I made. I honestly wrote messenger, because at the time I worked as a bike messenger.
Okay, right.
But if I write bike messenger, that was probably still not good enough, because nobody knew that bike messengers were paid on commission. I got half of what the company got, which was a decent living. I could live independently. I didn't need any money from the KGB anymore. Okay. No, I wrote messenger, and then I left blank the fields where I was going and when I planned to go. So this fella, was reasonably sharp. He says, "Wait a minute, here's a messenger who makes minimum wage, and he doesn't know where he's going, and when he's going there, what does he need a passport for?" So that's when he called me, and he said that one sentence that, yes, thank God I'm a stoic, and I don't, when bad news comes at me, I usually don't make any facial expressions. So he said, "Well, there's some doubt about your identity. Could you just please fill out this additional questionnaire?" So I go to the back and at a desk and start looking at the questionnaire. And the first question, I knew I was dead, because the question was, where did you go to high school? There was no record of Jack Barsky ever having gone to the high school that I knew by name that was in my backstory. So whatever else I could answer without being traced back to, not being true, I was dead. So and this is where my quick decision-making capability saved my ass. I went back to without thinking, I went back to the counter and I started mumbling, and then I started cursing out loud, and I told him, I don't need this shit here. You're bugging me. And I grabbed the documents that were still in front of him and walked out. Now, the lucky part of this is, assuming that the guy remembered my name, he forgot to tell the authorities. And maybe he didn't remember my name because, again, I should have been busted. So that's number 3. The Keystone Cops of espionage.
Okay, so a couple of things here. So how well do you think the KGB set you up then?
Oh, they didn't know
some
what
pretty basic, some pretty basic stuff, which you think you got to go and get a passport.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. The way they told me how to go about getting the documentation and what I should do for my first job, it was all based on ignorance. First of all, they said, well, the first thing is you get a library card.
Oh, yeah.
That's easy. You just go to the library and say, give me a library card. Well, catch-22, I went to a library in Brooklyn and I asked for a library card, and the lady said, do you have documentation where you live? Okay, I don't have it on me. I got to come back. So that's the catch-22. You can't get a library card unless you have documentation. And to get documentation, you need a library card. That was the basic one. And, it took me quite a while. And in those days, you couldn't ask Google. Okay. So reading newspapers, going to the library, trying to read relevant books where you could find some information, how to get a basic document with your address, because I lived in a hotel. That wasn't good enough.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
You couldn't rent an apartment unless you have documentation. So, but one day I wandered around in the Museum of Natural History and I saw an invitation to join as a member. And somehow in that exhibit, they showed a plastic card with an address on it. So I paid $50 for an annual membership, and I got a card with my name and my address. And I didn't say it was a hotel. With that thing, I got my library card. So I think they were pretty impressed with my when I told them, with my improvisational skills. But that's one of the reasons why they hired a person like me, resourceful, not giving up, and coming up with solution for something that seems impossible. And they actually tested me that way a couple of times way back in Berlin. I don't want to go into that side street right now. And the other thing where they gave me some really bad information with regard to what kind of a job I should apply for. I mean, because I couldn't take my resume with me, and I had no resume. There was we didn't forge anything or anything like that. And my backstory was not documented and couldn't be documented. So they said, well, you could maybe become a stevedore down in the harbor in Manhattan. Yeah, sure. These were highly coveted jobs that were actually controlled by the union. You had to be a union member. So there was a sign at the door. Illegals need not apply. And I'm paraphrasing here. I very quickly found out, I did some research before I even went there. Okay. And then the other thing they said, well, how about taxi driver? You needed a driver's license for taxi driver. So I needed to learn how to drive. And then, okay, but I wasn't a really good driver in New York. I would probably, the license you get to you have to prove that you have basic skills. You can drive around a little bit and then parallel park. Taxi drivers are hugely aggressive and they spend long hours and they don't make that much money. So I put that out of my mind. Eventually, as I'm reading the wanted ads, I see this messenger and I says, you know what? that may be the way to go. And I pretty much knew I wouldn't earn a lot of money, but at least I have a job and I could eventually, do something with this. And so I went to the office one Monday, and I showed him the ad, the fellow, and he asked me, that was really good luck. He asked me, "Can you ride a bicycle?" He said, "Yeah, sure. Do you have a bicycle?" I said, "No, I can get one." He said, "Okay, come with your bike and get yourself one of those shoulder bags, and we'll try you out." And I was, in my youth, I was on my bike all the time. So I was in a satellite office, and I started delivering packages, and pretty soon I knew what's where, and I knew what to do, which maneuvers to avoid. For instance, don't ever go on a sidewalk because pedestrians are very dangerous, and don't drive on streets where there was a lot of traffic. Don't drive in the far left and the far right lane, because every other intersection there would be cars making right turns, and you would have to stop all the time. So I went to the middle, and I guarantee you, I became the best bike messenger in all of Manhattan. And you know why? Not because I was the fastest, but because I studied the pattern, how traffic lights operate. For instance, I knew that if I wanted to go west, I should take 54th Street, because I could go all the way through at my speed without a red light. Otherwise, there would have been 5 or 6 long red lights. And I also knew how to manipulate certain elevators. So, there's one building that had only one elevator and like 20 stories high, and the elevator was really slow. So I would when there was nobody waiting for I was the only one in the elevator, I would just press the floor, and then I would press the top floor, and outside I pressed the down button. So I delivered my package and went right back, and
straight in.
Magically the elevator doors open. So this time I manipulated my environment, and I could say, if my dispatcher gave me like 10 different addresses to go to in one route, I could pretty much predict within 5-6 minutes when I would be back. So, yep. And again, I was again one of the best, if not the best, at what I was doing.
Yeah, but Jack, your mission or your plan, was to get to that country club next to the Pentagon.
Oh yeah. Well,
that plan A's gone out the window now, right? What happens?
That was busted when I applied as a working messenger, and so. But now I'm thinking about when I told them that it was a fiasco, that I couldn't get the passport. I think they discussed it among themselves, and they realized that, I was a valuable asset. So they came up with a plan B. So after my second year in the U.S., I went back to Moscow, and they shared the plan B with me. So, get yourself a high school diploma, a equivalency diploma, which you could take a test, and take that and apply to a college. They would have loved me to get to an Ivy League college, but not with an equivalency diploma. No way. They would have rejected my application. So I applied to City University, Baruch College, a business school.
Yep.
And I took some exams that college level prep exams, where you can take exams that allow you to skip certain introductory courses, which allowed me to graduate within 3 years.
Wow.
And I did the specialty was information technology. They told me they wanted me to study economics and get a job on Wall Street. Maybe that was, the kinds of people that you want to be in contact with. It would have been a way to make money, but I don't think I would have done very well on Wall Street because it's an elbows environment, and I'm more of a team player.
Okay.
And I would have made a very, very bad trial attorney. So I knew that was not a good idea. And when I had to take a introductory course to computing, I said, "Oh my God, this is great! I love it." And I changed my major, and I told them, and they didn't complain because the one thing they knew that I would get a good job with a degree in information technology.
So what are you going to become? You're going to become a corporate spy.
No, they still thought, I should be able to make some valuable contacts. Okay, so here's the problem. So they wanted me to befriend some people that worked for certain conservative think tanks. For instance, an example was the Hudson Institute, or the Columbia University School of International Relations, which was headed by Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was also the national security advisor for Carter. Yeah, well, as a bike messenger, as a student, and even as a computer programmer, I didn't have a good reason to go to Columbia University and befriend people who, there was nothing natural. That the only way I could have befriended some, and that was not feasible in enemy territory, I would have to linger for a long time outside of where these buildings were and watch where people wind up after work or after they studied or whatever, and then frequent local bars. There was a time situation, and the lingering wasn't a good idea. It was too dangerous. So that was out of the question. So I really, and I told him, this is just not working. Well, keep on trying. I did provide some values in that when I studied, I sent them the information for a number of students that would possibly wind up in high-level positions in government and could be target for recruiting. I have no idea, and this was another a hard and fast rule. They would never tell me what they did with these descriptions. And
how many other illegals do you think were in the States at the time?
Well,
any clue at all?
I do know, and this is information that came directly out of the KGB archives, which was smuggled out by an archivist who copied a lot of notes, handwritten notes over the years, and wound up giving them to MI6. So this is verified information. And in the late 70s to mid 80s, they trained 10 of us, exactly 10. I know what happened to one of them. He wound up in New York like me, and he had no task. The only task that he had was to just live in the United States as an American. So
just to watch and understand how Americans think.
Yeah, and I'm going to explain now what the major task for me was exactly that. Except they didn't tell me that. And according to a friend of mine who used to be counterintelligence FBI, he is not aware that any other illegal had tasks like me, because they did give me some tasks. And that was probably the reason that I must have been a standout, because everybody else whoever was there lived like an American, nothing else. And the reason that it was important to them is, during the height of the Cold War, there was a possibility that the U.S. and the United and the Soviet Union would break off diplomatic relations. In which case, because most, if not all, the KGB spies were diplomats at the UN and at Washington, D.C., and we would be the only ones left over. Now, I wasn't told this, and I was not given any instructions as to what would have to be done in that the kind of an emergency, but they certainly would have given us something to do, and that something probably would have been rather dangerous.
Got ya.
Okay.
Okay.
So and
So was the task
unfortunately,
always to be?
unfortunately,
Was the
that
task?
sometimes you ask like simple questions, and I have to come up with like lengthy answers because the situation was always more complex than people can imagine.
No, I appreciate that. Was the task always to be there for a long period of time?
There was a hint that it was not made explicit, but I was under the impression that we were looking at a 10-year time frame. There was talk about me eventually going back home, but not leaving the KGB, but doing some short-term tasks, courier or maybe specific recruitment or something like that, but not establishing yourself as a resident agent. And that sort of makes sense because they must have known, or at least guessed, that if I was really successful at the task to become an American, I eventually would become an American. And that is the truth. But it wasn't within 10 years. It took a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
But, I successfully became an American. So that was roughly the 10-year time frame. But when they called me back, when they figured there was an emergency situation, they thought the FBI was actually working my case and the case for every illegal. But then because my colleague, was also called back at the same time. So when they called me back,
who gave you away? Who gave you away, or how were you picked up with the FBI? Figured you out.
Let's just if we go chronologically, we were jumping a little bit.
Yep.
So I was just telling you that they were already past the 10-year limit. It was already 10 years and 3 months, and there was no indication that I would go back in a non-emergency situation. So I was actually too valuable, and they had also given me a task to collect some technology, buy some technology, and give it the stuff that was on the do not trade list that couldn't be sold to communist nations. I couldn't find any hardware, but I stole some software because I had access to original software when I was working at MetLife. The security precautions were non-existent.
Okay, because you'd built yourself a career in technology after finishing college.
Right.
That's right. Okay. Yep. Okay, so you're doing that in 10 years and 3 months? And they're saying, come back.
Yeah, and then bam, it was, we had a signal system. There was I had to tell the KGB the route I would take going to work. And it was roughly about a 10-minute walk to a subway station. And the signal spot was a steel beam supporting the elevated portion of the A train that went to Manhattan. And it was still like pretty dark. It was in December, middle of December. I make my way I'm still a little bit sleepy. It was maybe 7 in the morning or 6:45. And routinely I look at that spot and bam, that the thought that popped into my head, and sorry for the curse word, but it makes it clear how it hit me. I'd say, oh shit. Well, that was totally unexpected because, all this, the things that I did to find out whether somebody was actually investigating me indicated there was no danger.
Yeah, right.
And again, I had some really clever things. For instance, I would have known if somebody had gone through my apartment, guaranteed. Because I had a drawer that had an overhang. It wasn't flat. So there was, when the drawer was, you couldn't see from above that there was a little gap. when it was closed.
Yeah.
And if you open the drawer and you didn't close it exactly to have that gap at 8 millimeters, I knew you were there. And I think even the best searchers would not be able to find that.
Yeah, right.
And I also placed the radio at a certain distance from the edge of the. Somebody may have just like looked at the radio and stuff like that, and I knew the frequency exactly that I had dialed in. So anyway, no sign whatsoever. So I just like. I went numb for a while, but my stoic self took over, and I went. I went to work. I couldn't.
Hold on. What did you see at this? What did you see at the subway station?
I didn't say anything. I thought, oh
no,
shit.
No, what did you? No, what did you see?
It was a pretty big red dot, the size of my fist, that was screaming at me. That was the emergency signal.
By the KGB.
Yeah, somebody.
So someone's put the red dot.
Somebody went there at night and put that signal there. Yep, and it must have been really late at night because there was a lot of traffic in that area, and it must have been when in between trains where there were trains coming like for 20, 30 minutes. Poor guy. I don't even know. I don't remember how high up it was, but it must have been reachable. From a person without a ladder or a footstool or something like that. So
that signal says what?
Well, it said,
time to return?
Activate emergency procedure. We had a prearranged emergency procedure. At one point they had given me in a dead drop operation a bunch of I don't know if they were real or forged 2 Canadian documents, a birth certificate and a driver's license. And I hid this in a special location in a park in the Bronx, north of Manhattan. And and I also had done some reconnaissance to see how easy it was to cross from the United States side of the Niagara Falls on a bridge on foot to the Canadian side. And I found out, you can go there and nobody would ask for identification. So it was really easy to do. So the whole plan was go get the documents just in case you need them, and then just make a beeline to the border and show up in Ottawa in the U.S. embassy, the Soviet embassy, and we will get you out. We will provide you with documentations, and you can get on a plane and fly back home.
Okay.
Well, I didn't do it. I went to work, and the reason I went to work is not because I was frozen. I actually was frozen, but for a good reason. And there's one thing that they didn't know. If they had known this, I would have been in trouble. Period, big trouble. Because at that point, I lived with a woman who I had married to make her provide her with a green card and eventual citizenship. She was from South America, and a child, 18 months. She got pregnant on purpose to keep me. Right. That I didn't know that women from third world countries particularly had a habit of doing that. So I am now very grateful that she did. But I was really pissed off. But I did the right thing morally. I supported the child, and eventually I found a flat in an apartment where we could live somewhat separately. So when I did my spy stuff, I was far away, and I told her not to disturb me, and she never did. So
you hadn't told HQ this has taken place?
Not at all.
You hadn't told Moscow?
I kept 2 secrets from them. The first one was that I graduated as valedictorian. They would have busted my chops over that because I wasn't supposed to, be
just drawing limelight on yourself.
Yeah, exactly. That wasn't.
But you're supposed to be the grey man, not the man in the white suit.
Exactly. That's another dumb mistake I made based on my ambition. And oh, by the way, I negotiated 2 Bs to become A's as well. So. and that ambition just ran away with me. And the
Well, did you have to give the valedictorian speech as well?
yes, at Madison Square Garden in front of 4,000 people. I should have.
Gee, mate, you really hide in the crowd.
Yeah. I think about it. I was 10 years older than the average graduate, and I spoke with a touch of an accent. Some people must have heard that, and nobody came to me afterwards and says, "Hey, listen, this is interesting. How did you manage to do what you did, and where are you coming from?" I should have been busted again. Dumb luck. Nobody talked to me. So, and I didn't tell them that. And the fact that they didn't find out, it was a public. They knew that I attended that college, and there was some public notice that there would be this event at Madison Square Garden. They didn't know. They never. I knew for a fact, and it made sense. They never checked on me. They relied. They had only information about me that I gave them. Because again,
right.
If they checked on me, it's like when you touch an end of a spider's web, the spider at the other end will notice, and the spider would be counterintelligence, because they pretty much knew who was KGB, and they would follow them, they would investigate them. They would. So I know that.
Jack, I was going to ask you something.
Go ahead.
When you're living this life, are you more worried about the CIA or the FBI over the KGB? Or are you more worried about the KGB than the FBI and the CIA?
I didn't get worried about the KGB until I told them that I wouldn't come, and I didn't know how they would respond to that. Other than that, the KGB was still my best friend. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Up until
are you still a patriot by this time, or are you starting to lose faith?
Not necessarily a flaming communist. I had morphed into my ideology into socialism, which was still preferable to capitalism as I experienced it in the U.S. And there was a theory that was developed by European social democrat parties that was called convergence theory. And I kind of liked that. And it was like, the good elements of socialism and capitalism converging, making the result a wealth generating machine that then could be shared equally with everybody. And I liked that. I liked this a lot because I knew that communism was ineffective, inefficient, and not capable of creating enough wealth to distribute it equally. But I still like the idea that a ruling elite would govern and make sure that everybody is treated well, and I was going to be part of that elite. So I was still sort of a patriot and a socialist.
Okay, so during the other part of the life, you've moved on from college, and you've built this career in technology, and you were starting to work with major corporates, weren't you?
Yeah.
And you've done well, in the personal, in the actual business life as well, haven't you?
Absolutely. I spent 10 years as a hands-on programmer, and I loved it, and I was really, really good at it. This really was much more interesting to me at that point than the spy stuff. Because for the first time in many years, I was able to do something creative. Consistently creative, and also get feedback when you did a good job, because you can't lie to the computer; it'll crash. And I had lots and lots of good feedback, and it was in a company that an insurance company that felt a little bit like back home, because they were very paternalistic. We had free lunch. And you could have free breakfast and dinner, and they pretty much guaranteed you a job for life, and the people were very nice. I was treated well, and my colleagues were all like smart people. So all of a sudden, even the student community, most of them weren't that smart, but you couldn't be a hands-on programmer in those days and be an idiot. So it was a nice environment for me, and I loved it. And at one point, before they called me home, there was like maybe I was on that job for 4 or 5 years. I was thinking to myself, man, I'm going to miss these people. I'm going to miss this job. There was an inkling that maybe. But I wouldn't have.
Yeah, but hold on. Okay, I understand that. That's right. That's very kind of you to say that. And you're settling in and you've got a great job and they're really nice paternalistic people. At the end of the day, aren't you there to bring down the country in some form or another? If I could contribute to the motherland.
You know what?
Where does that come into play?
This was an evolving dichotomy that I didn't feel comfortably thinking about.
So what do? You put it in the back recess of the mind, or what do you do?
I was totally in denial. If I had an interviewer like you who would have interviewed me in those days, they would have pulled this out of me. But there's some things that you just don't want to face.
You're supposed to be a good spy, Jack.
Why create a dilemma in your mind when you can suppress the thought? But people are wired that way. There's a lot of people that I know that cannot admit when they made a mistake.
Yeah,
okay?
For sure.
And that was a mistake. I was part of it, but generally, when I make mistakes, I learn to admit them to myself and to everybody who has an interest in it. But
all right. So with the dichotomy, you got one part called process of the job. So I'm sitting there and I'm typing away at my computer, or the Big Mac or what it was in those days.
No, it was right? It wasn't a terminal. We had the
old terminals.
Yeah,
okay,
we got
all right.
PCs. A few years into it, but initially it was all remote terminals to a mainframe.
Okay, and you're getting paid and you're doing well and you got friends, etc. Right. You then go home at night. Do you tap away or do you write your covert letters?
Yeah, letters, and I didn't tap. I did not. I was not taught how to generate Morse code. No, it's too dangerous again because you know where it comes from.
Okay.
Receiving Morse code, it's not directional. You don't know who receives.
Okay.
Okay. So
all right, but you're still writing.
Letters,
so what are you writing about? Are you writing about what Americans are thinking?
The radiograms from the center once a week.
Okay, so Carter then goes.
Yeah,
and then the United States changes dramatically. Reagan comes in.
Oh yeah,
Thatcher comes to power. If I'm the Russians, I want to know what's going on, don't I? What Americans thinking?
You're absolutely right.
Is that your role to keep me informed of that and make sure my view is accurate?
Yes, to the extent I could. But I knew that the leadership of the Soviet Union was convinced, and so was the KGB, that Reagan would eventually start a war. And one of the tasks I had was to periodically check on a military installation, a Navy installation at the coast down in New Jersey to see. I had some training in observation and recognizing what kinds of ships I'm looking at from a distance based on a silhouette. And
photography as well?
No, nothing like that. Just see if there are signs for preparation for war.
Okay. Yeah.
And there were a couple of situations towards the end of the war, and Reagan was president, when we got really close based on misunderstandings. And there was one instance when a Soviet submarine, and the U.S. didn't know it then, was forced to emerge by a deep charge. They were on the coast of Cuba, and it was a nuke. And the protocol was there were 3 officers, and they all 3 would have to agree that it was okay to fire a nuke. Well, 2 of them said yes, and the top guy said no. He saved the world.
Well, what was the target? New York?
Yeah, it would have been. Yep. And they were within reach. And then there was this other thing where NATO had had a maneuver called Able Archer, and the KGB leadership was convinced that this was preparation for actual war. But we had an officer in the Soviet army who told the CIA to back the heck off, or else we'll shoot.
Right.
So
Really?
there were a couple of these situations that were very dangerous, and the Soviet and part of it was because of the paranoia of the Soviet Union. What saved the day was that Andropov got very ill because he was very, very what you call right wing. He was a very very hostile towards the West.
Right.
Very conservative with regard to what that means in the Soviet Union, and how they wound up appointing Gorbachev is still a mystery to me. But he must have been a really good politician and created a lot of support amongst the Central Committee. When they took a vote, he won, and not one of those conservatives. And he and Ronald Reagan ended the Cold War. And this is, it's first of all, primarily Reagan is responsible for ending the Cold War because he took a very strong, aggressive, not warmongering, but aggressive stance and to push the Soviet Union. And Gorbachev knew that the Soviet economy was faltering, and he knew that the only way that to revive it would be to make some reforms. One of the first things that he decreed was to increase the price of vodka by like a lot. I mean, when I was in Moscow, a bottle of Stolichnaya went for 4 rubles. That went probably to 20 because there were a lot of drunkards on the streets. So and somehow they reached out through intermediaries, and they got along very well, and that was initially the end of the wall, and that eventually became the end of the Soviet Union. But in at least the possibility of a nuclear war was diffused phenomenally. I mean, that risk was lower when they were done with their negotiations than it is now.
It's funny, but that was the end of that era, and the beginning of a man called Putin, and the beginning of the man called Putin. Were you going to be out of a job then? My colleague, who was called back at the same time I was called back, they offered him a job. They said, I understand, when the wall came, when the wall came down, they decided to quit. Yeah. And so they showed up at headquarters in Moscow, and they said, we were done. We're going back to Germany. And they offered him a job. And they said, you pick your country. And if you operated as an illegal in another country, and then as the Soviet Union falls apart, I think they would have liked to keep you there. Yeah. Okay.
There's the heritage of the KGB was fundamentally, the staff stayed pretty much the same, except for those agents who joined the Russian mafia. Okay.
Yeah, right.
And some of them became politicians and oligarchs. Okay.
Yep. Jack, during your period when you built your corporate career, and you're still paralleling this other life, I don't know how much you can say, but where do you think you were most successful as an agent?
Well, I keep on saying,
I know you might have been living there for 10 years, you survived all that, but what do you think, what intel or insights do you think
no direct,
you best gave Moscow?
No direct intelligence that I was able to provide, other than the source code that I stole, and the hints of people who might be valuable to take a look at, possibly as a recruit. And I had a couple of tasks that required mobility. One time they had me go to San Bernardino and find out whether a certain Nikolai Koklov still lived there and taught at the University of California, San Bernardino. The reason that they sent me, because the diplomats were limited to a 50-mile radius around New York and Washington, D.C. They would have to ask for permission to travel outside of that area. So it was easier to save me. I could go any place. I also, when I was in Canada, they also sent me to a Canadian town to check on somebody. So, but anyway, so I found the fellow, and this is just too delicious not to talk about. He was in the phone book, so I could even take a look at the house where he lived. But now I also wanted to find out, does he still teach? How do you go about that? Again, there was no Googling the university, so that this wasn't public knowledge. So I went on the campus and I was walking around, and in one of the hallway, I'm getting to the very end of the hallway, and there's a sign on the door that says Professor Koklov, teaching psychology. Mm-hmm. No, I'm looking at this and I says, wow. And as I'm staring at that nameplate, the door opens and some fellow comes out. A few months, no, maybe weeks later, I was watching late night television, and that very guy was given an interview, and he confided. I don't know if was the first time he admitted it, that he at one point was a KGB member, and he member of the KGB, and he defected.
Right.
Aha. So this, what the delicious aspect of all of this is, there was a moment, and I found later, much later, that he was in absentia. He was convicted to death. So,
as we say, was he there to be taken out? Right.
So the reason that they sent me there, they must have had some plans that they eventually dropped, because he died a natural death. But there was this delicious moment where an active KGB agent is looking in the eyes of a defector who was convicted to death without either one knowing it.
Yeah, right.
He didn't know it. I didn't know at that time. There's all these weird moments in my life that couldn't have happened if I had chose the profession of chemistry professor.
Psychologically, how you balance it, was it just one big game?
I told you that there came a point where that spy stuff got on my nerves.
No, you didn't say that. When did that happen?
For two reasons. Well, okay, so when you have a job in information technology and you're good at what you're doing, you work more than 8 hours. You work overtime, you work weekends, because you like what you're doing and you're good at it, and that also gets you promoted and gets you more money. And there were night calls, so that spy stuff just like really got on my nerves, and I was also under the impression that I had failed at my mission. Because they never told me what was really important, and they never told me anything of what they appreciated. Now, there was mitigating circumstances, because in my 9th year, I had been given the decoration, the Order of the Red Banner, which was handed out by the Central Committee of the party. They The highest levels of...
Where does the Order of the Red Banner stand, Jack?
It's the second highest.
Second,
it comes after the hero of the Soviet Union.
Okay.
And another irony here that was accompanied by $10,000. Now, here's the irony: here's an organization that wants to defeat the country whose currency you use to give praise to one of your agents. They knew we couldn't do anything with stupid rubles. There wasn't much you could buy in Moscow. and at the time, I was, I also suppressed thinking about this irony. This is all stuff that when I was able to honestly look back at my life and come to terms with who I was, what I thought, what I didn't think. So because I needed to come clean with myself, and I didn't want to have anything hidden left in me. I just said mich, that's German.
That's like an absolution, isn't it?
Sure. And also, if you run around with buried thoughts and buried thinking, that's a recipe for being miserable. And I'm not miserable.
Okay, all right. So if I gave you a phone call tomorrow and said, look, what is it, the FSB now, not the KGB? Yeah. All right. Jack, I've got a great job for you. Before you call it a day, I want you to come in and run the next program for us at the FSB.
If you,
I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. But if I did say that,
if you offered me $100 million, I wouldn't do it. I never did it for money.
No, but the question I'm asking you is this: if you're going to give advice now about the functionality and performance, is 10 years too long as a sleeper?
Uh-huh. Oh, wait a minute.
Is it too long to put something? Because you're starting to unravel, aren't you, near the end?
Oh,
you're losing sight.
I'm inching towards the end, but the end really was provided by the love for my daughter. So it was still a personal decision, but I'm inching towards the end. Let's say Trinity. Let's, for argument's sake, Trinity is not in my life, and the Soviet Union goes down.
Yeah. Yep.
And the Russians say, "Come on over." I'm thinking it would have been almost forced, because I couldn't go back to Germany. And I knew that they would have invited me to go live in Russia. And I had discussed this with my German wife, and she would have been open to that as well.
So Jack, not only are you an agent, you've also got an interesting personal life full of mystery.
Sure. I was a bigamist, and I was never punished for that because nobody knew, only me. I was married in Germany. I loved my German wife. I loved her even when I decided that I wouldn't go back to Germany. And I didn't love the American wife. I married her because I had pity on her. She was illegal in the United States and had at one point paid somebody to marry her and then apply for a green card. And the guy took the money and ran. Yeah, so, right. And, she was a good companion. She was very safe. She couldn't have possibly known that I'm not really a true American. And she was very pretty. And, I was a young man. I had my male needs, so to speak. And she was pretty much perfect. So I wanted to keep her. I said, all right, so I'm going to marry you. But listen, I'm not the marrying kind. I will, when you have your green card, we'll get divorced. And she said, yes. And then she decided that she wants to stay married. And so she got pregnant. And that's how I became a father. And so I watched this child, Chelsea, grow up. I never watched my son Matthias grow up. I met him a couple of times when I went back there, but we didn't have a father-son relationship. I took some presents and And one time, he called me uncle. But that's when there's a friendly stranger, it doesn't have to be your uncle. It's just what Germans say,
I know
uncle.
what you mean. Yeah.
So, and the dual personality that I had developed for me to operate in that way. So when I was in Germany, I was the German guy again. When I came back to the United States, I was Jack Barsky, and that dual personality saved me from feeling guilty about this. The two women. Yeah, I certainly don't feel good about it now, but it's an explanation. It's not an excuse. But this kind of secret life, where you're supposed to live a normal life, almost forces you to do these things. If I'd stayed single and hadn't dated anybody, I would have been a freakish asexual person, right?
That's right. Yep. I understand. So let's get back to, you see the red mark on the wall. You now got to go home.
Right. And
you weren't coming home.
As I said, I'm going to work. And my brain was not functional. I stared at the computer screen, but it didn't work because, fundamentally I was in a brain freeze. The brain was working, but it was going round and around and around. What do I do? Because I had, unbeknownst to me, I had fallen in love with this little girl.
Aha.
And that is the moment in my life that changed everything. When because it more than just me eventually becoming an American, but I actually joined the human race. Because what I had was unconditional love, and up until that point, I didn't know how to love, and I was more or less in love with myself. The ladies that I dated in the U.S., I didn't love, and even another, my German wife, I loved her, but I also wanted something back. What this little girl could give me back was a smile. Yeah, and right. I dreaded the thought. Her mother had 4 years of schooling. She spent 4 years in a classroom, no more. She could read and write, but not a whole lot more. And so if I leave, that girl grow up in poverty, guaranteed. Mm-hmm. And there's no way that I can ask the KGB to help to funnel some money to that little family, because I would have had to admit that I had gotten somebody pregnant, and then they would have found out that at one point we were married. So punishment would have been dealt, I guarantee you. So I was really frozen. What do I do? If I go back to Russia, Germany, this girl will have a bad life. If I stay, there's like the possibility that they're right and I go to jail. And there's also the possibility whatever I tell them, if I don't go, I need to come up with an explanation, and they don't believe it. I knew that that is something I knew, that they were not very nice to defectors. So
yeah, wouldn't they? I hate to say the different word, but wouldn't they shut down the asset?
Would they what?
Wouldn't they shut down the asset? You're a liability if you're not coming home.
They also had a track record of assassinating defectors.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, when you shut down. What do you mean by that? Okay, yes, and the other thing is, joining the human race. My decision eventually to stay was entirely unselfish, because whatever was good for me was over there. The Berlin Wall hadn't come down yet. I had no clue that this will all collapse.
Right.
And I had a lot of dollar savings, and I would have gone back as a conquering hero and rejoined the woman I still love. So, and there's a moment where, I went back and forth, and eventually I had to make a decision because they did something that was unusual, because I didn't. They asked me to acknowledge through a signal that I got the information, and I'm going, and expect me in Canada. So and I didn't acknowledge that there was a radio transmission, and eventually they thought they got to figure out if I'm still around. So they knew how I went to work. So one day, one of the agents just, it was in another dark morning, there weren't too many people on the platform. He just came from my right side and came really close and whispered into my ears, "You gotta come home, or else you're dead." And that was with a rather heavy Russian accent. So on the one hand, this could have been a wrong words. Maybe he wanted to say, or else you're going to be in big trouble here, or something like that. No, you're dead. So, but
pretty simple.
But it was spoken by a KGB agent. You have to take it somewhat seriously, and that's when I had to make a decision, but I still didn't make it, actually. And there was a Monday, the following Thursday, there was a radio transmission, which I listened to, and they called me to a dead drop operation where I was going to get money and a passport to travel to Canada. So the fact that I agreed to that operation didn't mean I made a decision already, because I just wanted to make sure that I get the money, right?
And you're buying time.
Yeah, but not a whole lot anymore.
Okay.
Not a whole lot anymore. So and what happened then, I used to be in the habit, and I don't fundamentally don't do it anymore. When there's a big decision to be made, the good stuff on the left, the bad stuff on the right, and then my analytical self assigns weights, numbers.
Yeah.
You add them up, and whichever side wins, that's what you do. That didn't work, because everything good was on the left side, everything good was back there. So, but I still couldn't make that decision. So I went to the dead drop operation. It was, for some reason, it was in the dark. And without getting too much into detail, that spot where they were supposed to put the container with a crushed oil can they used all the time, that contained the passport and the money. That spot was very easy to find. It was a no-brainer. It was a couple of 100 feet into a park where there was a big tree that had fallen, and it had an opening where that container was supposed to be. And I knew this like the back of my hand. And the protocol was such that the person who puts the container in its location would set a signal someplace, a little chalk mark on a light pole. And I passed that light pole, and yes, there's the chalk mark. And so I go on. I had a flashlight, and it was really very safe because there was nobody in the park in December in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I get to the spot. I see the hollow tree. There's no oil can, and
he's going to take you down.
And now this is a shock, because it should be there. So I'm like walk around a little bit and see if it was misplaced, or and then I spent a good 15, 20 minutes, and then I gave up. And as I leave the park, my brain made the decision. It said to me, I'm staying. Now, that happens to me frequently, and there are two explanations here. There's a secular one and there's a religious one. The secular one, I've read up on that. There's a lot of people who study the brain, like the psychologists and the neurologists. There is a camp that says the mind is separate from the brain, but they have not defined what the mind is. But they say that the mind is somehow is the decision-making mechanism in you. And so because I didn't think about this, it just popped into my head. It happens to me all the time, by the way, with other things. And the Christian definition is, well, that was the Holy Spirit. So anyway, that was the decision, and I stuck to it. Risk or no risk, this was it. And I wrote the goodbye letter to the KGB. And people ask, how do you resign from the KGB? But because in the goodbye letter, I told them I am not defecting. I'm not betraying the GDR or the Soviet Union or our cause. But I'm forced to stay here because I have HIV/AIDS. And that was, in those days, was a death sentence.
Yep.
And I had some reason to believe that they might actually buy this because of my track record of, even when I was working with Herman, I would occasionally volunteer when I did something bad, something wrong, when I messed up. So I had the reputation of being brutally honest. And they also had no reason to think that me lying about this AIDS thing and staying would be good for me. Everything. They knew that everything good for me was back there. So there was a good chance that they would buy into this, but I wasn't 100% sure. So I took some precaution. I couldn't take a lot of precaution. I couldn't just run. Because the reason that I stayed, because I was going to stay with my family, right? So the only thing that I could do, and that was more or less psychological, but I made sure that on my way, every day, my way to work was a different route, and I went at a different time, so I'm not predictably in the same spot. So that could have prevented one attempt, but after 3 months of that, I settled down.
Hey, Jack, had fear kicked in finally in your life?
Fear?
Did it come in now?
No.
Still didn't.
Look, and in the book I called this
dead men can't talk, Jack, as you know,
yeah,
right?
I know.
They can't tell stories.
I was able to numb myself, okay? And in the book I call it execution mode, when I focus only what I need to do and not think about what could happen.
Okay, right.
And I recently I didn't know this, but I found out that I'm quite a stoic, and stoics can handle adversity very well. Now, and I told you, I can be afraid. In corporate, when I was in corporate, I was afraid to go into the vice president's office in the beginning, and again, I was afraid of my ex-wife. Yeah, she was a highly strong emotional presence, and she knew me too well. She was very critical of me. And she sort of behaved like my mother, who was also very critical. So, and that was like inside me. Anyway, so and after like 3 months,
no more visitors popped. No more visitors at the railway station.
The what?
No more visitors at the railway station?
No.
No more men walking past,
No.
passing any more comments?
No.
No umbrella with a spike?
No more radio transmissions.
Ah,
They stopped.
right.
When they stopped, I knew that they had gotten my letter. But, after the 3 months, I went back home and I told Penelope, the woman I had married, and she had bothered me. She wanted me to get a house. And I always said no. We didn't have the money at the time. But I said to her, okay, we're going to save up 1 more year and then we move to the suburbs. And that was the second significant step to becoming an American, And the third step came when the wall came down. So ideologically, at that point, I didn't want to think about, what kind of a system I might be supporting. I was just a private individual who made a good living and who would take care of his family, and everything else was blocked out again, because I wasn't now at a point where I said, all right, I'm going to embrace the United States completely and fully. No. So, but before we moved, actually, I sat in my living room, still in New York, and I watched with phenomenal surprise the wall coming down. I was as surprised as was the CIA and the KGB and the Stasi. Nobody saw that coming. And I certainly didn't, because I had no clue how well the GDR still functioned and how well it didn't. I didn't have a clue about those marches and the people protesting, demonstrating. And that was done. It was like a sort of a dam that was eroding and all of a sudden collapsed, and bam.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, I'm naturally curious, and I needed to understand what happened there. And at that time, the internet already was a very valuable research tool. So I didn't have to go to the library. I just could type something into a search engine, and out came a whole lot of stuff that showed me with very forcing what a bad country my home country was, how bad the Stasi behaved, how many people were prisoners, how many people were killed. It was all incontrovertible evidence. And, I said, oh my God. And so rather quickly, and I also, one other thing, I got to read some writings by Lenin, and Lenin was growing up and, operating even as an adult in East Germany. He was the number one hero. He was like the god of communism. He sacrificed his health and his life to help the world to become a better place. So now I'm reading an unredacted section, because we got redacted texts. And in one section, he was saying, he was telling his folks, we need to execute about 100 kulaks. We should hang him from the trees by the road, so everybody knows that wealth is very dangerous to your life. So I paraphrase, and I went, oh, the shit word came out again, and this was against all the morality that I had in me, that was completely misplaced serving communism. And so in a very short period of time, I became as strong an anti-communist as I had been a communist, because I had to admit to myself that I served the devil. and then the Soviet Union collapsed, and more information came out about the KGB, and yeah, there was no choice. I wasn't completely American yet, but I was going to stay in the United States and, be a private citizen. I still didn't feel like going to the FBI because I was afraid I would go to jail. And there was a good possibility I would have.
Yeah. So how did you get caught?
Okay. So unbeknownst to me, of course, it happened in my life quite a bit that there were, when I thought I was in charge of my life, that there were people doing something in the background that had a significant impact on me, such as my American wife getting pregnant on purpose. So there was this fellow who had a senior position in the KGB archives. And he had a son who fell ill, and it was a rare illness for which treatment was available only in the West. And he asked if he could take his son to England, and he was permission denied. So he started he started hating the Soviet state with a vengeance. Speaking of vengeance, so he figured out the only way he could do damage is if you take information out of the KGB archives, and he smuggled this out. He hand wrote on small pieces of paper and smuggled these pieces of paper in his underwear and in his socks over years. And then he had a dacha, and he put this all together and transcribed this and typewrote it and buried piles and piles of paper in his dacha. There were supposedly 5 suitcases worth of printed stuff that he offered MI6. The Soviet Union was already gone, but if Russian intelligence had gotten wind of it, this guy would have been executed. So he went to one of the Baltic countries and went to the embassy, and they managed to get this stuff out of Russia. And
your name was on there. And your name
my
was
name
in
was in it. Jack Barsky, illegal agent in the northeast of the United States. Well, with that information, there weren't too many Jack Barskys, and the one who got his Social Security card at the age of 34, that was him. Okay, so and unbeknownst to me, they were like they didn't know. All they knew about me, where I lived, and that I was a highly trained agent, because I had at that point I had been in the U.S. undetected for 16 years. And when they finally came to me and introduced them, it was 19 years in my mind. So they were concerned that I might be running an agent and a mole in the U.S. government. That was a time when there was quite a bit of paranoia in the intelligence services, because there were 2 very, very destructive moles in the U.S. government. The FBI had Robert Hansen, who was in charge of anti-Russian Soviet operations, and the CIA had Aldrich Ames, who was personally responsible for several CIA assets and Russians being killed.
Yeah.
And both organizations failed to be a little more careful to look at their employees, because both of them were engaged in behavior that were red flags. Like Ames, for instance, spent money that he didn't have. Yeah, and so he said, well, the money comes out of Brazil, because he was married to a Brazilian. But I've been once to a nuclear plant, and they shared with me how security works at a nuclear plant. They run every employee through a background check, every 2 years. They watch for behavioral changes, like whatever. It could be all kinds of things, changes in pattern. And they even check on, they get references on the references that these people provide. So this is what an agency like the FBI and the CIA should do. But it's like the blue wall of silence. All of us, we're all one elite group, and it's not possible that one of us could go rogue. Well, it has been shown throughout history that it is possible. Hansen did it because he resented his treatment. He thought he should be treated better. He was a better agent, and he was miserable. Ames did it for money. So so there was this possibility that I was running a mole.
So this Russian guy did it for revenge.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So who gets the intelligence? The CIA on you or the FBI?
The FBI.
Okay.
Yep.
How do they go about it then?
Well, and as I told you, they knew that I was a well-trained agent, and they pretty much knew that the skills that I had acquired, if I use them, I would find out that I'm being investigated. They were smart enough to know that. But what they didn't know that I had stopped any of these measures. None. I was home free. Okay, I knew that nobody would find me. I mean, but I hadn't thought of the idea that somebody would betray me. By the way, if this guy were still alive, I would reach out to him and drink a beer with him and get on my knees and thank him. It's another irony of my life that the betrayal was actually very good for me. The FBI initially like stayed away from the spider's web, so to speak. They watched me from a distance. And when the house next door, I lived in the country in Pennsylvania, when the house next door was on the market, they bought it and moved 2 agents in there for a while. The idea was to, get a little closer to me. And they thought maybe the female agent should make contact with Penelope, but they decided not to do it. So they just did the visual. They didn't even follow me when I went to work. It was all very stealthy. There was a situation where somebody took a photograph of the backyard or the front yard, actually, of the building where I worked. And I was walking around with my friend Gerard Bull. And here comes another interesting wrinkle. Gerard Bull was a Cuban immigrant who made very good money. He was a contract worker, and he made twice as much money as me. And so he had bought an apartment that he had rented out to a Soviet diplomat. And they found that out. Now, alarm bells, FBI. Oh, my God, this is an international spy ring. And so they harassed my friend, and he got really pissed off because he had nothing to do with the Soviet agents or anything. But they thought, he was part of that. And then Penelope once traveled to England to visit her uncle. MI5 followed her. This was another thought, because the illegal set had a tendency to marry foreigners and then bring them into the United States. And all of this was pretty much denied to be close to the truth by the lead agent, who spent a lot of time watching me from a distance, about maybe a quarter mile away on a hill. He was sitting there with binoculars and a book with pictures of birds. because he was playing like a bird watcher.
Yeah,
And
right.
over time, just through body language, he figured that, me and the wife weren't getting along very well.
Right.
And there was a lot of tension in our relationship. And that I loved my children, and I was out playing with them a lot. So he figured, I wouldn't run, and I would most likely cooperate because I love my children.
Got you.
His boss, a female, still wanted me in jail, but he gathered enough votes amongst his colleagues and superiors that they decided to introduce themselves. But what triggered the introduction was the following, another bizarre situation. So they had done a couple of things that I wasn't aware of. One of them was they would go through my garbage regularly. They would, late at night, the night before the garbage was collected, they would replace my garbage with other garbage with the same looking can. Okay. And
take your garbage. Take your garbage and go through your garbage.
Very late at night.
What
are
they looking for?
Anything, anything that, any written stuff, anything that could be a hint that I was still doing interesting things.
Still active. Yeah, okay.
And found nothing, obviously. And one time there was indication that we were going on a family trip because we packed suitcases and we had the whole family in the car. And this is where we went to Canada. I spent a couple of weeks because my Penelope had a half brother there. Okay, so they went through my house very thoroughly. They spent quite a bit of time there because they knew they had the time. And they also installed a listening device in the kitchen. Well, obviously I didn't know that. I wasn't checking for bugs. And one day my Penelope and I had another argument, and I was so sick and tired of arguing that I figured, I'm gonna use the nuclear option. I call it the nuclear option now because it was like a very strong approach to trying to figure out. She was very, very jealous, and she was convinced that I had a lot of affairs with other women. This was triggered by her father leaving the family after having fathered 13 children.
All right.
And she was the oldest of them. And these kids were suffering. They were going hungry frequently. So she knew that, men are just like doing that kind of stuff. And I tried to convince her by sharing my past. I said, hey, listen, I gotta share something with you that should convince you that I am on your side, that I love taking care of you guys. I love Chelsea, and I would never do anything to hurt you. I used to be a Soviet spy, and when they asked me to leave you and leave the United States and go back home, I decided to stay. I took a huge risk because I love you so much. Well, if you can misinterpret something, you can pretty much misinterpret anything. That's a better statement. And but her interpretation was instinctively, oh my God, I'm married to an ex-spy. No, this guy is a liar through and through. So he's really a bad guy. And then she was also scared. But what happens to us now? She didn't talk any about this, but it truly backfired, and that was fundamentally the end of our marriage. Eventually, I had to get a divorce. I'm not going to share with the listeners or the audience what triggered it. This is not the occasion when I should badmouth anybody.
No. So you've said it out loud.
Yeah, I said it out loud, and not aware that there was somebody in an FBI office listening to my confession.
Yeah. Right.
So pretty soon thereafter, they arranged a situation where they could intercept me, not arrest me. They could have if they wanted to arrest me, they could have come to my house, right? put me in handcuffs and off. No, they detained me with the intent to ask for my cooperation. And that required me to not go to an office, not go to my house, but go to a neutral site, and that was a motel where they had rented. There were two wings. They were at a right angle. They rented an entire wing, so not to be disturbed by any other people in that hallway. And they intercepted me at a toll booth, at a crossing of the Delaware River.
Oh, yeah.
And they had rented themselves a state trooper to make it more believable. So I'm putting the coins in for the toll, and then I'm easing out of the toll booth, and he stands there and he waves me over and says, "Sorry, sir, this is a routine traffic stop. Could you please step out of the car?" And as I'm stepping out, I still had no idea that this would be another life-changing moment. And the lead agent, his name is Joe Riley. He came up to me from my right, and he flipped open an ID, and I didn't even look at it. I knew right then and there. Instinct said, "Okay, the gig's up. That's the FBI." And he confirmed that by saying, "We're FBI. We would like to have a talk with you." And the feedback that I got, he's now a good friend, and he shared a bunch of things with me that what he experienced from his end, and what he experienced, he was looking at somebody with a face that was white as the driven snow, because in this one moment, my entire past came back, and it wasn't a really good picture, because I already knew that I had committed crimes. I already knew that I had served the wrong cause. I mean, it was all really shitty. So they took me into their vehicle. Riley was driving, and he had a sidekick. They always do these operations. Oh, there's always two, never only one, because if something happens, there needs to be another witness. Mm-hmm. And so his colleague had, I saw a gun strapped to his ankle, so I figured, this is really serious. But here my stoicism took over within maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes. We had barely left the toll bridge area when I asked a question, and that was important for me. I asked, "Am I under arrest?" And Riley said, "No." Okay. And then my instinct took over. I didn't really came to that to the conclusion of saying what I said by thinking it through. It just popped into my head, as I told you, it happens to me often. And I said, "So what took you so long?" And they couldn't suppress a smile. So because, I sort of instinctively knew that in a situation like that, to be liked is quite important. And there was a sense that, as a person, they probably liked me a little. And then when we got to the hotel, Riley actually volunteered the following. He says, "Jack, this may not be the worst moment of your life." So that was hint, hint. You can get out of this in some way. And I volunteered. I said, "Hey, listen, I know that the only way that this episode doesn't end up with damage to myself and the family I love is for me to fully and completely cooperate. And I promise I will do so." And so we talked for they asked a whole bunch of questions, talked for another hour and a half. And they allowed me to, they actually made me call Penelope to tell her I would be late from work. And then after 2 hours, they let me go. they had my car. Somebody drove it to the hotel. They allowed me to drive home, not without first having the head of the surveillance group, the security group, talk to me. He said, just in case, if you think of running, it ain't going to work, because we have people at all the intersections. You cannot run. That wasn't necessary to say, but he didn't know that I had no place to run. To run to. I mean, nothing beckoned at me to say, like, okay, come here. This is your home. No, this was my home, and I had no choice. So, and then we spent about 6 weeks, Riley and me, interviewing face to face, and he asked me about every single detail in my life, everything. And I understand it. The reason that they decided to seek my cooperation was the fact that even though I couldn't betray anybody, because the Russians were very good at this compartmentalization, I didn't know any names. But the methods and operations were still important for the FBI to find out, because we know that the Russians were trained by KGB, and initially there were a lot of KGB that was in Russian intelligence. So, and there's a lot of tradition, and I guarantee you that the FSB and the SVR still have that heritage that they inherited from the KGB. So it was valuable enough, and so that when I passed the lie detector test, I was told that they would be working on getting me a green card, and eventually there would be the possibility of becoming a citizen.
Right.
And because Joe Riley made the right call, he got a commendation from the director of the FBI, because at the time that investigation was number one on the list of counterintelligence cases in the United States. So it was a high-profile case, and Riley did well, and we became really, really good friends. It's another.
Was there a sense of relief?
Oh, you bet. Now,
It was.
Let me tell you, until I passed the lie detector test, and they told me it's all good. These 6 weeks, I was stressed out like you wouldn't believe, because I didn't know what's going to happen. The implied promise wasn't good enough. There was no direct promise. Okay, and so I still remember I was on my property on a weekend, and I was weed whacking, and my brain was going like crazy in a loop. The same way it had gone crazy when I had these decisions to make. This was not a decision to make. That was just the unexpected. I didn't know what to expect. That sense of relief was just as strong as the sense of surprise when Riley said hello. Yeah, it was the exact opposite, but very strong. And and I knew that possibly one of those days I might actually be able to visit Germany again, because I would be legalized. I would have and if I get my citizenship, I would travel back to Germany. So it was like, wow. All the tension that I had in my life up to that point was gone.
So they couldn't make you into a double agent because
no, they couldn't, because I was dead.
Because you were out.
They told my German family that when they told them about when they actually handed my German wife a portion of the money that was saved under my name, and the Order of the Red Banner. She still owns that. And then they said, "Sorry to tell you, your husband has passed away." And the German name that I was under is Albrecht Dittrich. Albrecht Dittrich is listed as dead in the German register, whatever that's called, the Social Security register. So,
Right.
at one point, an ex-classmate who worked for that organization, she found that entry, and everybody in Germany knew that I was dead. And all of a sudden, one day I show up again.
So who are you now? Are you Jack, or what? Who are you?
I was Jack. I have been Jack for a long time, with one exception. When I'm in Germany and somebody calls me and I don't even see him, he calls my first name, I will turn around. I will respond to that.
Albrecht.
Yeah.
Okay.
But only in Germany. If you do it here, I'd probably turn around too and say, "What the heck is going on with you? You shouldn't know that name." No, but so the evolution went down another path. So I was a free middle class American citizen, sort of. I was operating on a green card, so I wasn't really fully American. So, but this was the evolution that led me to tell you that today I'm emotionally, intellectually, and legally American. The intellect came first. With the anti-communism was the discovery of the U.S. Constitution, which I think is the most brilliant political document ever written, and it so works well with my personality. Okay, so that's one. Then emotionally, I became an American in 9/11. And then legally, It took some time when I got my citizenship, and I walked out of Homeland Security office that had sworn me in right then and there. I didn't have to wait for one of those occasions when they swear in a whole bunch of people. And I walked out of there, and I finally had a country again. I was home, and that's who I am today.
And what do you do now, Jack? Your career is a very specialized career. Do you still engage with FBI, CIA, the U.S. intelligence in some form?
I got about 20 good friends who were at one point were in intelligence. One of my friends actually he is one heck of a guy. I mean, we have identical opinions about everything that's going on in our country, in the world, family, whatever. But he spent 18 months undercover in Al Qaeda.
Yeah, right. Wow.
I mean, talk about taking a risk.
That's scary. Yeah,
I also am friends with a guy who was undercover with the South American drug cartel. He did money laundering for them. That was also somewhat dangerous. As a matter of fact, he actually, and I believe this man. He's a very honest guy. He had to kill a couple of mafia guys that were after him. They weren't going to kill him. Somehow somebody found out that he was undercover. So I have an interesting set of friends, and do
you still consult, Jack? Do you still get brought in from the intelligence service to say?
No, I do one thing, and
from your experience,
that's a regular appearance, and Quantico, which is where the FBI has some offices, and there's also other intelligence services and the Army, and they have a seminar, in counterintelligence training for the armed forces, and I give a presentation periodically. Like last year it was 8 times, and this year we have planned 4. But typically the government, this is like every bureaucratic organization, when towards the end of the budget year, you start spending the money, or else it will be cut next year. So I can expect a little more towards the end of the year. But that's it. I was carried by the FBI as a trusted source for until the book came out. When I became a public figure, they made me into a private citizen. And by the way, that may be of interest. there was at one point was a possibility. The FBI was approached by Australian counterintelligence. They had reason to believe that there was a sleeper left over in Australia. And they asked, the FBI, can you help out? And they were going to send me to wake this guy up. And somehow they dropped the idea, but that would have been interesting.
Do you think we'd have many Russian? Would we have had many Russian sleepers?
You would have
during
some
our time?
too. They had them everywhere. But the information that we have about sleepers in the U.S. is not available about other countries. It's just not out in public because of the secrecy that the KGB was involved in. And if some of them were caught, they are now in the witness protection program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Yep.
And if they cooperated or if they defected or whatever, and if they're in jail, nobody knows about them. And most likely, they're not. They're none of them are in jail. So we don't know. But that department, the Directorate S, didn't have just a few people. There were more.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. Leads me to a couple of things, Jack. I'm going to talk about the next step in your life. You publish a book.
Yep.
You've also gone and done a podcast series as well. Yep. Talk us through what was the motivation to write the book.
That's another oddity in my life. When I told my children about my background, they were adults at the time. My son went from, my dad is just one of those bureaucrats. He sits in an office and talks all day. To an international spy, and he blurted out, "Dad, you got to write a book. You got to write a book." I says, "I don't know if anybody's interested." And then my daughter chimed in. He said, "Yeah, you should try." And she consulted a college professor how to go about, and he said, "Well, you need to send your information to book agents who operate in true crime, in the true crime arena."
Yep.
So I think I got from this professor, I got the names. I emailed them with about, half a page, maybe 3/4 page in the email about my background, and asked them if they would like to represent me.
Yep.
And I got no responses, with one exception. The guy said, "I can write the book for you for $20,000. They didn't believe me. Now, I know now that they didn't believe me, but I thought nobody's interested in my story, so I dropped the whole thing.
Right.
So now this is how it came about, and it's another indication that my life was influenced by the action of others in a big way. So a number of things had to happen in sequence that were highly unlikely. First of all, and I hired my now ex-wife. And the moment she showed up at the office, I fell in love. I mean, and I had no business pursuing a young lady who worked for me and was 23 years younger.
Right.
Yeah, but we both went through a divorce, and we were very cautious not to show anything. And so we started dating, and nobody knew that we were together. And she dropped me 3 times. She said, "We're not working out," blah, blah, blah. But I had the one advantage. She couldn't run away from me because I paid her really well. And I treated her well. And so, I helped out in her home and so forth. And I got to a point where she became somewhat familiar with the idea of getting married. And eventually, one day she said, "Okay, I think I'm ready." So I went on my knees and asked her, "Will you marry me?" And we did get married. She's also the one who brought me into the fold for Christianity. Okay, so that was important to her, So anyway, I had no bit. Number one. Number two, she had a half brother. She grew up in Jamaica, and the half brother grew up in Jamaica, but they never met because there was a half brother, and so they never met. She knew about his existence from another half brother, and so they were in contact. He lived in Germany, the half brother, and they had some interaction on social media. One day, the phone rings, and I understand she picked up the phone, and I understand that that's somebody she knows quite well. They were both speaking English, even though they both know patois. But she then turned to me and said, my half brother's in the country. He's visiting this guy who was sort of Arsad's father. It was a French painter who traveled around the world and almost adopted him. So, and they still had a relationship. And this fellow has a house in the United States, an old farmhouse where he stores a lot of his artwork. So he's visiting him. And then she says, "Where's Hudson?" I said, "It's about an hour from here." So that's another rather interesting coincidence, okay? So Richard, I pick him up, and he comes to our house, and my ex-wife had told him about my past, and so he asked me a bunch of questions. He took some notes, and then he said, "That is humongous. That's going to be a huge story." Well, I knew that he was a conductor at a railroad at the time. If I couldn't get book agents interested, what the heck would he do? Nothing.
Yep.
Well, he happened to have a friend with whom he was roommates for a little while who had a doctorate in Chinese studies. And he consulted some, wealthy, weird people who this is feng shui or whatever that is in the art of arranging your furniture in the house to have a good spirit to surround you with. And one of his friends or his clients was one of the number one female journalist for Der Spiegel.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So he told her, and she was skeptical. So she started doing some research. Yeah, and she found out that there's probably something that that would make a really great story. So my ex-brother-in-law arranged a phone call, and she said, "I would like to talk to you, interview you." I said, "I can't do that. I'm not even an American citizen yet. I need to. I can't go in the public before my slate is clean.
You're right.
So, I got my citizenship, and immediately I applied for a passport and made arrangements to drive to fly to Germany. And of course, I did tell my brother-in-law that I'm coming. So as I deplane in Berlin, and I walk down the hallway there, I have a camera and a microphone in my face. This lady followed me through my travels into history for several days and interviewed me like at length. And then another coincidence, she had met Steve Croft of 60 Minutes at a conference 2 years prior, and they were in contact, and she did something that no self-respecting journalist would do. She gave away a scoop.
A story.
Right?
Yeah, right. Yep.
She called him up and said, "I got a story for you." Now, I found out the reason why she did that, because Steve Croft was the only journalist that Barack Obama had granted face-to-face interviews, and she wanted Obama. Never got him, but
right.
So when I come back from Germany, I get a phone call from the producer of 60 Minutes by the name of Dragan Mihailovic, and he said, we found out about who you are and your past. We would like to come visit you and talk about what we can do together. So I discussed this with my ex-wife, and I said there's some risk that I would lose my job over this, even though I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't broken any rules. I made sure that when I went in public that it should be okay based on company rules. And she said, go right ahead. I think God wants you to do that. So we did it. We took a phenomenal trip to Germany. Was a camera crew, and my 2 children came with me. And it was all, CBS paid for that. So that was great. I could show them where I grew up. And we met the siblings too. I have a picture where all 4 children and I are together. So,
Okay.
And when I come back from that trip, hold it. And when 60 Minutes aired on a Sunday, on Monday, the general counsel of the company I worked for called me into his office and said, Jack, we watched 60 Minutes. You are now on paid leave until further notice.
Right.
Okay. So after 2 weeks, I got a note from the lawyer that I was dismissed for cause. In other words, they thought I was guilty of something, and I got myself an attorney and convinced them that I broke no law. There was no way that they can defend that. And so we sat down and worked out an NDA, and I got a going away present. I'm not allowed to mention the name of the company. Suffice it to say, they operated in the energy industry, and there was some concern. It was mostly reputational damage that they had an ex-KGB agent in their ranks, and they didn't know about it. So, and
Didn't you fill that in the form when you started?
Huh?
Have you worked? Wasn't that in the form when you started? Are you an ex-KGB agent?
Have you ever been? Yes. And I don't know if there was a question as to whether I was ever a member of the Communist Party of the United States, which I could have answered with a straight no. But have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? That would have been if I said yes, I don't get the job. If I say no, I broke the rules. I could get fired. So I got lucky that way again. And again, my life changed one more time drastically, because now I had to find out how to make a living. And
did the 60 Minutes do you well?
It had altogether, it was repeated twice, and it had 15 million viewers altogether. But 60 Minutes, just like the BBC, do not pay. They don't pay. But I'm now out in public. Okay.
Yep.
And at that point, the book agents became very interested, and so I pretty soon I had a contract to write a book. But the other thing, and I didn't know that I was a good writer, but I am. I'm a very good writer. I've been told many times by people who know what they're talking about. And Deep Undercover is the title of the book, and it got a 4.6 rating on Amazon, which
that's a good book.
Which beats Harry Potter by 0.1. Anyway, but then my pathological optimism kicked in when I told my daughter and my ex-wife, you know what, I'm just going to do some public speaking and make money that way. But I knew that I was a horrible speaker. There was an incident when I worked for an insurance company, and I had a boss who liked me quite a bit. She for instance made me interview every one of the folks that she wanted to hire. Every one of their direct reports, they had to run their potential hires by me, because I was a really good judge of people, and that makes sense. Based on my past, she didn't know my past, but anyway, she was very, very much solicitous of me, and we were involved in a massive project. It was $100 million to change the payroll HR systems, payroll benefits, and record keeping system from a legacy system to something brand new, a package.
Sure.
And I was the technical lead. And once we had to give presentation to senior management, and I had to talk for 20 minutes about stuff I knew very well. Afterwards, she called me into her office and she said, "Jack, you sucked."
Right.
And then she sent me to a Carnegie course. One of those. There's a Carnegie course that teaches you
win and influence people. Yep.
Yeah, that teaches you how to speak, and they made us talk a little bit with other people who were shy. That didn't make me into a good speaker. The first presentation I gave about my history, my life, there was a PowerPoint, and I talked about stuff that I knew well. And the audience, half of the audience I knew by my first name. This were like my professional network. And I had a friend of mine videotape this, and I watched this, and I said, "Oh God, this is terrible." I was hemming and hawing. I was fumbling for words. My body language was pretty terrible. I mean, I was not ready for prime time, but I didn't give up. And this is another one of my character traits. I don't give up. And my optimism allowed me to continue. And over time, I became a really good speaker. I get nothing but rave reviews from my presentations. And it doesn't matter what the audience is. I had one flop, and that was a mismatch between the audience and me. The audience came to hear somebody. It was an IT audience, and they came to learn how to improve the security and their cyberspace. And I gave him history, and I gave him love and stuff, and emotions and stuff like that. They didn't want to hear that. So, yeah, that's the things I'm doing. I'm also involved in a startup in cyberspace, and I'm working with somebody who lives in Australia. He's a Britisher, and he had this idea that I think is really good. He wants me to develop a lecture series called A Gentleman's Academy, with the audience being primarily young men, talking about some of the things we have been talking about today, about ideology, about brainwashing, about groupthink and stuff like that. But also, I have a lot to contribute as to how I became. It took many years. I became the person that I had the potential to become. And when we're talking gentlemen, that also means I have feelings. I can cry, and I have no problem with that. I know how to treat women. By now, I made all the mistakes that you could possibly make. And we were working with a company that is going to do some fundraising up front. And all I have to do there is provide content, and I have a lot of content. I can talk to you until the end of the week, and we still not be done. And then the last thing is I'm working on a fireside chat, plus with where I bring as guests all the ex-agents that I know, and that is actually being pursued by a production company. It's called Spy Secrets, and
Saw that.
we're working on the material that they can pitch to companies that would want to buy this stuff, and spy topics have a inbuilt audience. There's always people who just want to know about what it's like to be a spy, and they would want to be a spy. A lot of them are men, but there's some women too. The series the Americans had, and it was not it was on Fox, which wasn't really a major network for entertainment, but they had on average 1 million viewers for every episode, and these were hardcore spy fans.
That's pretty good.
So we got some things in the works right now. I'm an impoverished author, but the optimism will not go away until I'm gone.
All right. Well, look, I'm lucky enough to be speaking with someone like yourself today, and I'd be silly if I didn't ask a number of questions around geopolitics and what's happening out there,
sure,
based on your experience.
Good.
All right. What are we seeing in terms of U.S. leadership? We got leaks, Jack.
Man, we are doing a horrendous job protecting secrets that should be protected the way the nuclear plants protect their facility. We the Ames and the Hansen story. They're a few. Several years back, they're still alive in jail, but just what happened this past week, that some minor IT employees who works on contract for the Air Force, I believe, was able to get his hands on highly secret materials of what the CIA had done and knows, and methods and operations, and shared this with his group of nerds who are not very, very functional in society. He just wanted to impress them, and somehow it got out. And now it's a big scandal. And quite frankly, I am not happy with the way our federal government is responding to this. There should be outrage. Somebody should be calling for massive changes. Nobody's doing this. They're like saying, "Oh, we're investigating." It's like, let's just make this go away. Well, this is cowardice. This is political behavior. This is not how you should operate as a government whose primary responsibility is the security and the safety of the people that you are governing. So I'm not happy with that. And I'm also not happy with the wokeness sort of having at least a foothold in the U.S. military. I'm not against women being in the armed forces, but I'm against the women have to have some bit of a male behavior in themselves if they want to see combat duty, right? And they can. I'm not denying that. But if you treat men like women and soften them, you are weakening the war machine to a point where it becomes not functional anymore. That trend needs to be reversed.
But your experience, if you look at that, ever since the Red Line or Crimea, the U.S. has lost its way a little bit, and Afghanistan, I guess, is the icing on the cake.
Yeah, we signaled weakness to when Barack Obama says, "Well, we Russians, you can't use chemical weapons. That's a red line, and we will not allow that." And then when Putin dared it anyway, nothing happened. And then the invasion of the Ukraine, not a peep, as if this was okay with us. It wasn't. And that encouraged Putin to invade Ukraine. The other thing with regard to what also triggered that invasion was, I think NATO got too close to the Russian border, and that again, there has been a history of mutual ignorance with regard to the United States knows what's important to Russia and vice versa. The CIA had no clue that the Soviet Union would come down. They did not understand the Russians, so the Russians didn't understand how America operates. And it's the same today, except we have some experts in our country that know Russia very well, except they're not listened to. And so the thing with NATO, and they could have asked me, because I know about the history of Russia, and I know that Russia has been, since its founding as a nation in the Middle Ages, has been invaded all the time. From the north, the Vikings came in. From the east, there was the Mongols. The south, the Turks, and then did I say east? Yeah, and then from the west,
you did. Yeah.
From the west, it was Napoleon, and of course Hitler. So there's the Russian, and I call that the Russian national DNA, has a huge gene that says paranoia. We're afraid because we've always been attacked, and that's the truth. Now, so it is. I think even that paranoia is also part of Vladimir Putin's DNA, but he has a leverage to have his country follow him by blaming the West for everything that's not really working very well in his country. So they know that there are some villages not too far from Moscow that have no electricity, and they know that that they can't get their hands on decent goods, and life is not that great. That's not the Putin government fault. It's the fault of the West that are strangling Russia and are getting ready to possibly invade. And that is a very, very strong argument. So when people say that, when the war started and people were predicting that the Russian people would rise up when the dead bodies are coming home, and when life would get even tougher, the majority of the Russians still support Putin's war today. And
So how much longer? Can the Ukrainians go?
I just don't know. If NATO continues to support Ukraine and provides the weapons that Ukraine needs, it could go on for a long time, and just maybe. I mean, this war could go on for an immeasurable period of time, unless maybe there is some reason trickling into the thinking both of Putin and Zelensky, because the determination of Ukraine to fight to the last person is still there, and they are not willing to give up some land to save women and children. The lines are so hard that I don't see any quick resolution, and unfortunately, that war is a danger to the existence of humanity, because I'm not thinking that Putin will purposely explode a nuke, because he's not suicidal. However, there's a possibility that he goes completely nuts, and then there may have been others who are not suicidal and would stop him, because I don't know what their regimen is, and how a nuclear weapon can be fired off by President Putin pushing a button. The technical circumstances require some army person and maybe 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
But what I'm more concerned with is as the tension increases, and American politicians are screaming that Putin is a war criminal, and in an atmosphere like that, eventually there's a possibility of a accidental release of such a weapon. We had this during the Cold War. We had these situations, and the other thing I'm worried about is, how well maintained the Russian nuclear arsenal is. It's very old, and
Yeah, right.
and we know that the Russians already have been sending dated conventional weapons into that war. So there's a lot of danger to the world.
Jack, you and Mr. Putin share one thing in common. You both came students of the KGB. You've got better insight than most people on this planet. How does he think? What motivates him? What should we be looking at, bearing in mind where the world is at now?
The one thing I want to start answering, that you didn't ask that question, because people have asked me what he learned in the KGB that made him such a strong force in Russia, and I say he didn't learn that. That was some quality that he had. What he did very well, he networked. He networked within the KGB, and that network helped him get to power and retain power.
Because actually, from a classic KGB agent summary, you wouldn't put him in the top league, would you?
He wasn't an operative. You don't put your best agents in a friendly country. He was like Herman. He was a middle-level bureaucrat who did a little bit of spy stuff on the side, but that he used that time very well in terms of setting himself up for the future. So we both had this one thing in common. When we joined, we knew that we joined the most powerful espionage agency ever. Okay, very powerful and feared by the Americans, and that was actually by the West in general, and that was a true statement.
Yep.
The West overestimated the KGB to some degree, but when there's a secret organization, you don't know what they're doing, right? So here he is in Dresden, in the southeast of Germany. And this was just before the wall came down. There were demonstrations.
Yep.
And some of those demonstrations stormed Stasi offices.
Yep.
And they destroyed stuff. And then some of them saved stuff for the future. And there were demonstrations in front of the place where the KGB was located. And there may have been Soviet military too, and that got a little dangerous. There was a potential that those people would just enter the building by force.
Mm-hmm.
So here's Vladimir Putin, and he called Berlin, and he asked for permission to use firearms if they are being attacked.
That's right.
And when he checked with Berlin, he got the following response: Moscow is silent. So in a very brief period of time, Putin was working who had worked for a very powerful organization, was powerless to control a crowd. So that was a sign of phenomenal weakness, he figured, and fecklessness. And he talked about it, and and that sort of shaped his characters to some degree, because he was out in public in front of a large audience a few years ago, quite a few years ago, when he stated that his mission was to rebuild Russia's greatness. Okay, that was known.
That. Yep.
And in the process, he also wants to build a legacy for himself and his own greatness. Right? You got to have a huge ego to lead the way he leads. He is not. There was this one tape that the BBC shot where he interacted with the head of the SVR, the one of the intelligence services, and he treated that man, who supposedly should have been a little powerful. He treated him like a little boy, and he made him repeat verbally what he said he should answer. Okay, so that's a huge ego, and there's a lot of narcissism, and there's also quite a bit of anxiety, fear, because that famous picture where he's sitting on this long table with I think the French president, I think.
I think it might be. Yeah, I think it is.
And there's somebody who had some, I forgot what he was, but there's somebody who had personal access to Putin who fled Russia, and he told people that he's just very much afraid of catching a bug or a virus. So you don't know how widespread that fear is, and how it extends to other things. There's a lot of speculation. I have been in touch with a fellow who has been studying Putin. He's a medical doctor studying Putin, and a somewhat of an expert in Russia from a distance. And that was maybe 6 months ago. He came to the conclusion that he still is of a sound mind. But people sometimes do go crazy over time, and the pressure on him is pretty big. He must find a way to declare victory, or else his legacy is destroyed. It doesn't mean that he has to conquer all of Ukraine, but he must find a way to say, well, we did the job against all of NATO, okay? Because he tells his people that he's fighting with NATO.
But isn't China ultimately laughing, or not wrong way to say that? Isn't China looking at it thinking the West is running out of arms? So if you think about it, you've got weapons being fired out of the Ukraine,
yep,
provided by the West at enormous numbers. You've got cannon fodder being sent forward by the Russians in terms of the Wagner group. So almost World War I tactics. They get hit, but at the same time, it allows the Russians to pinpoint where the firing is coming from, and then shoot down enormous volumes back to the West, or the Western support. Meanwhile, China's standing back and just watching both sides, well, particularly the West, use an enormous amount of their ammunition. So it's interesting and then I'm standing back. I sort of wondered from your perspective, here's someone who's left Marxism and communism, gone to so-called democracy. The United States has swept left in the last decade enormously. So we did argue a lot of the world. Even just this week, we've had the French president say that the Europeans should think through, do they support the Americans much more in that philosophy? That's an enormous comment to make. So where are we headed here, Jack?
Okay, let me just go to
Are you borderline disillusioned to where you went to, or is the US changing too rapidly? Because are we seeing the end of, there was the Roman Empire and the collapse of the Roman Empire. We're starting to see things happening in the US where that's just the demise is on its way, or it's in play.
You mentioned you had some thought about in the military realm. I think you're making a good argument, but I have no knowledge as to where
Sure.
the West stands with regard to replenishing the weapons that we give to Ukraine. So I don't know, and I haven't really heard much about that. So it's actually a thought that has not been planted in my head, and so I don't want to talk about. I don't want to speculate. But
Okay.
but here's what I'm seeing. I'm friends with a bunch of people in Germany, and I had a couple of talks with Germans the other day, and I came to the conclusion that the Western world is not just moving leftwards, but there's more and more incompetence at the highest levels. My German friends complained about the idiots in the Green Party, and I repeat what they're saying. It's not my thoughts. There's some idiots in the Green Party that is part of what they call a traffic light coalition. The three parties. And they are in positions to make decisions, and they don't even have a college education, and they're doing really stupid things. And I see incompetence in the United States government too. We have a Secretary of Transportation who doesn't know the first thing about transportation and is usually absent.
Buttigieg.
Buttigieg. And there's other signs of incompetence, and that is a sign. Ideology is one thing. But
what about Jack? What about the likes of the withdrawal out of Afghanistan?
That was that was horrendous.
You can read it, and we're going to review it and keep reviewing it. But as a case study, was that a trigger for Putin to have confidence to move into to take on the Ukraine?
Would have added to his perception of U.S. competence and willingness to make a stronger stand. That we are weak, and then we get into a point where also we have both the Republicans, or not all of them, but both Republicans and Democrats are trying to trump each other, and no pun intended here. With anti-Russian and anti-Putin statements, and it's politics that is behind this, right? They want to see that America, is making strong statements, but when you call Vladimir Putin a war criminal, what does it do to the balance of power in that war? Nothing. All it does, it insults Putin, and he doesn't like being criticized or insulted. That he takes it very seriously. So you're ratcheting up the tension again.
Yeah, right.
You need to be cool and strong. We need a Ronald Reagan. I don't see one, but certainly the administration that we have now is borderline competent. They're focused on a lot of things. I mean, the focus is right now again on green initiatives, big time. And just yesterday they were sharing plans to nationalize at least the charging stations for electronic vehicles to choke off the car industry that makes the types of cars that I like to drive.
Yep.
It's a lousy picture, and I don't know what it's like in Australia.
Well, I guess what we're watching is, the US is an ally of ours.
Yeah.
We've just done a major agreement with called AUKUS.
Yeah, that is a positive development.
And I guess the reason being is around the Southeast Asian waters and Asia Pacific.
Right.
And as you know, we could be isolated fairly easy based on a Chinese Navy, which is increasing at rapid rates. But who knows which one the play is. The ideology, I guess, maybe, Jack, because I'm not a communist, but the ideology between the Russians and the Chinese, look at history, that hasn't been always the same.
No.
Yes, they've had some commonality, but not necessarily the same. Where is that relationship now?
Well, it's a marriage of convenience.
Okay.
When you talk about that, there's an acronym that has to. I forgot. I can't name the countries in the right order. Russia, China, India, and what's the fourth country? That they're sort of allied in some way, but every.
Well, you now got Saudi Arabia weighing things up as well.
Oh yeah, well that's interesting. Now that and again, that's a sign of American weakness, because every country that when you talk about the New World Order, and that's nonsense. The nationalism is still dominant. Every country will do what they think is best for them. So does India. All of a sudden, allying themselves with Russia. That's the other country, by the way. And Saudi Arabia thinks now that that they're better off being allied with Russia and making peace with Iran, even though they have been throughout history deathly enemies. Okay, so that's not a good sign, and then we're talking about the efforts, partially successful, of the Chinese to replace the dollar as the currency with which to trade.
Absolutely.
And if Saudi Arabia and the OPEC buys into that, that will weaken the United States even more. And there is nothing done to change that. You know, the shitty energy policy that the Biden regime started is suicidal.
Right.
Because we are now buying oil and natural gas when we used to export this and used to be completely energy independent after having been subject to OPEC determining how much they would sell us and how much it would cost. We became energy independent, and we have all the reserves to do it again. But there's nothing really aggressively and done and in motion to get us there. So I don't know how much of a window we have to reverse course. I'm typically, I told you, I'm an optimistic guy, but I'm growing more and more pessimistic every day. And I try to avoid the news as much as I can, but I can't.
So is the propaganda machine just as strong as it was when you were a young man? And if we roll this out,
whose machine?
You look at propaganda, the communist machine, whether it's Chinese or whether it's Russian. But let's look at North Africa. How many countries are there are being supported by the likes of China? You now got Brazil looking to have stronger relationships with China. I mean, that's at the door of the US.
It isn't so much.
I'm not trying to inflame discussion.
It isn't so much propaganda.
Fascinating.
It isn't so much propaganda. It is the Chinese are throwing their economic power into the mix, and who enabled them to become that powerful as they are now? American companies, greed. And the U.S. government, when the ping pong policy was underway, and there was Nixon and China were making peace.
Oh yeah,
the Americans have this fundamentally idiotic belief that all we have to do is help countries show the way, and they will become like us. And we were sort of deluded that the Chinese would become a very friendly nation. The same way we were deluded when, and most recently, when Hillary Clinton declared a reset with Russia. That was naive. This is this messianic attitude towards the world that we are America. We know how to live, and we tell all of you, and you will be better off. Sort of similar to the communist ideology. It's ideology. It doesn't work, and it has not been shown to work anywhere. It didn't work in Iraq. It didn't work in Afghanistan, and no matter where you try it, and it hasn't worked in Africa. You look at what's happening in Ethiopia. These people are killing one another like you wouldn't believe. The world is not a nice place, and it's never been. But right now, it's worse than in the better days when the Cold War was over.
So, what, as a search firm, our role is to assess leadership. What is leadership to you, based on your experiences now?
Yeah, let me tell you something. I had some discussions with a good friend of mine, and she came up with the idea of developing a talk about what my years as an agent, what I learned from there, and what I have been using successfully to. I had a very successful career in corporate America. I started out as a programmer and wound up as a chief information officer. For somebody who wasn't born in this country, that's not too bad. And it didn't start early either. No. And there's just a number of things that come to mind, and I don't think the list is exhaustive. But number one is the ability to build a strong team. And that requires you to listen more than to speak. In this interview, I speak more than I listen to them, but that's the nature of the beast. And I clearly, during my years as an agent, it was a survival skill to be able to read people. And I now have the ability to come up with, say, thumbs up or thumbs down evaluation of an individual who I just met. And it could even be on the phone by talking about any subject. Any subject. And this is what people call gut. I call it subconscious pattern recognition. So when you study people and you look at body language, facial expressions, the way they speak, the melody of their voice, what words they use, and when you see them, how they dress and so forth, you while you're talking with these people, your mind looks at its database and say, hey, wait a minute, that is like this person. And I have a phenomenal track record the last several years in hiring when I used exactly that. I would talk to candidates about, not about what HR would ask them, I wouldn't ask any technical question, and I wouldn't ask, why they're leaving the old job, what was wrong with it, blah, blah, blah. None of that. I would just talk about gardening or, pets, animals, have a chat. And I had one really bad call where I allowed my mind to override my gut. I didn't like the guy, but I couldn't come up with a good reason why I didn't like him, and he turned out to be real bad apple. So this is very, very important. Build a good team and listen. And by the way, the other thing that I learned in the KGB, my training I never met a psychologist. I never was taught how to work with people and how to, make people, maybe convince them to do what it needs to be done. But this is ironic again. One day, one of my, one of the people that had served in the United States as a diplomat and who thought that they knew practically everything there was to know. One day he came into my apartment and he threw a book on my table and he said, "Read that." It was Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People. And I tell you, that book is as valid today as it was then, because it deals with human nature. And as a leader, you need to have people behind you and influence them and say, "Well, look here, we got to do this." Operating an organization or corporation is not a democracy. I once said went into a situation where a team of technicians was completely mismanaged, and they were leaving in droves, and they were infrastructure for United Healthcare. So that
Okay.
really put the company at risk. So I go in there and I try to I show myself to them. I open up and I tell them how I would make sure that they're being treated right and so forth. And one of the guys said, "Oh, do we get to vote?" I said, "No way. I'm in charge. Okay? I will treat you well, and everybody has a role to play." And so that worked. I had altogether 4 situations that were rescues where the teams were like not functioning, and in every situation like that, I was able to fix the team so it became functional. And in situations like that, I also used my ability to make decisions without fear, so to speak. Because when you made death and life or jail and no jail decisions, spending a couple of $1 million on software is nothing. And so what I would say, one of the lessons that I want to share with people is, you need to have a good ability to do a risk-reward analysis. And then when you come up with a conclusion, don't be afraid. I've been in many companies where senior executives literally would not make decisions because they were afraid they made a wrong one. Okay, and once you make the wrong decision, you're vulnerable in a political organization. But here's the thing: if you don't take any risks in life, there won't be any reward. Period. It doesn't come to you like a present. So, I had another one that I wrote down here. If you don't mind, I'm just looking my notes because it's been a pretty long interview. Oh, yeah, 2 more. I would suggest that when you get to the office, leave your ego at home, and don't. And if your wife is a little bossy, don't try to be bossy at work. That ego has no business. Humility is really what is, to me, is a great leadership skill. And the last one was that. Oh yeah, and that goes along the line with the Dale Carnegie trust building skills. An organization that doesn't know how to trust will be dysfunctional because it will be ruled by political behavior. And as most people know, trust is not that easy to build. It takes a pattern of good behavior. And we're currently in a situation with a startup that we lost trust in one of the guys because he lied. He needs to go.
Yeah, right.
He needs to go because we won't allow. We are not certain that this behavior won't repeat itself. So
I was just listening to the whole approach from the KGB to you, and how one could also think about that in regards to major corporates.
yeah, let me just.
Well, I was going to give you a couple of examples, Jack. Hold on a sec. So, first part is the selection process.
Yep.
They took the time to understand and get to know someone. It wasn't necessarily fast-paced, and sometimes it's too quick, too short, and not enough detail. That's the selection process, and was over a period, and you had to show initiative all the way through. You weren't told clearly what to do. You didn't meet in a building. You met in a car, or you met on a corner of a street, etc., etc. right? But you turned up on time, and as you said, you had a willingness to wanting to learn. The second thing is I like, if you go later on in career, where corporates are spending a lot more time now is on what's called succession planning, i.e., we've got to understand we're going to be maybe changing the leadership team here, as opposed to going down a tight route again. To bring you on board was what? 18 months just to put the question to you. In other words, I got to know you. And then finally I said, you got 24 hours. I'm sure they probably knew there was a 90% chance you were going to say yes, because they played to all the ego that they needed to play to, and they knew that sense of adventure was there. Okay, as long as we could cover that silly question, which probably was a little bit silly, I don't know everything yet to do this job. Don't worry, Jack. That's what we're here for. We'll train you. I like the fact. I love the long-term thinking about let's engage with the quality people, get to know them, and then bring them down a journey. That's all they did, Jack, and they were doing it 50 years ago or 60 years ago, and probably still are. Yeah. Super smart.
Can I enhance what you just said? I agree with you 100%.
Sure.
First of all, and it sounds like, it sounds wrong, but espionage, particularly the type that I was involved in, requires mutual trust. Because if I don't trust them when they told me that we're going to get you out, I probably won't sign up. But they had to trust me because I was all by myself, you know. So, and when it comes to the hiring skills, they hired the right guy, and then they knew that they were forced to let him do what he does best. So, and that's the way I operated in corporate. I had a nose for good people, and then I let him do what I do best. Micromanagement is idiotic and totally stupid. I'm sorry. You know, how can, if you have let's say, 50 specialists reporting to you, and they all have very good knowledge in one area, how in the world can you know better than them about any one of those things? That is illogical, and it's totally destructive. You know, when you micromanage people, they will start lying to you. They will. I had a situation when I had a micromanager. I was in charge of the payroll system at Prudential, and I got a new boss, and she came in and dictated to me a number of things that I should do. And I knew if I did that, it would blow up the payroll. I couldn't even tell her that because she was so dictatorial. So I was passive aggressive and didn't do it. And when she found out that I didn't follow her commands, she called me in her office and said, with a sweet tone, "Hey, Jack, you know, I'm a baseball fan. And you know, in baseball, 3 strikes, you're out. You have 2 strikes on you." So that's when I knew I had to leave that organization. You know, I had to get out. This is highly destructive management when I first went into that organization, it was a very old-fashioned, not functional organization, and I got him in shape. And this woman kicks me out. I was really good at my job. And my other boss, who was reporting to her now too, she knew that. So enough of that.
One other thing of observation, Jack, is you spent a career in intelligence, top-level intelligence. I stand back sometimes and wonder, do corporates spend enough time in intelligence? So in my game, I'm placing senior people. I'm an executive search consultant. I work with a client. We've been retained to identify someone who's exceptionally good to bring them across to our client. That person is going to be very, very happy in their role because they're outstanding. To your point earlier, that's why you go in the Saturdays and Sundays, etc. So they're not looking to leave, right? So I've got to think about how we bring that person over and to join this organization. I stand back and look at sometimes what we're in and what companies can do so much more better. the art of intelligence, of knowing people inside and out, the investment that can be achieved by getting the top people. Because your systems are great, but if you get the top people, your organizations are going to change. From all your experience, intelligence, and what you see, okay, you've been in the world of intelligence, but outside and working in corporates and the level of discussion on intelligence, of obviously competitor intelligence, people intelligence, is there enough spent?
You're right. If you are leading, if you're in a leadership role in an organization, in a corporation, your primary goal needs to be the leader of the people, not subject matter, and it is entirely counterproductive to hire yourself a head of HR and delegate the culture of your organization to that person. First of all, I've met some really good HR people, but think about somebody who thinks about what to be when they enter the workforce. Now think about really smart people. Oh man, I would really like to be an HR person. That doesn't happen. HR people, and I'm sorry to, I will piss a bunch of people off, but the ones that I met, a lot of them don't know what they're talking about. Some are really good, and you can partner with them. I mean, the GE model was pretty good in that respect, where HR became a well-functioning partner to the CEO. That I can,
business partner,
but it has to be somebody with intellect and the ability to manage people, rather than, being cheerleaders and just being nice to people or fire them when told to fire them. The HR function, as a valid function, is totally underestimated in most companies.
Okay, now you mentioned the word everyone talks about, culture. Going back all those years ago, what was the culture of that place called KGB?
The organization of the KGB, as well as the FBI, for instance, is not a good model for corporations, because I know enough ex-FBI people who told me that the FBI is very, very bureaucratic. Large organizations, if you have to actually, bureaucracy is like a weed that grows spontaneously, and you can't get rid of it. It multiplies. So the KGB. So you need to actively. We're talking about in the United States about the deep state, right? The U.S. the federal bureaucracy has been growing like crazy, and large bureaucracies are inefficient, ineffective, and primarily political. So the KGB, I know that they were bureaucratic, and I give you this one example. I didn't know the organization as such, but this is bizarre. So I was required to issue an expense report every quarter. Now, what were my means to communicate that? Secret writing.
Yeah, your letters.
The expense report took up one sheet of paper of two. That was really valuable real estate. The expenses never exceeded more than $10,000, So think about it. Some bureaucrat decided that they need to count the dollars when they spent probably at least a couple of million to find me, train me, and run me. That's irrational. That's bureaucratic behavior, and as such, even I think intelligence organizations are not immune to that. as I said, when the bureaucrats start taking command, they poison the organization. I made some enemies when I was a programmer because I always wrote code to make my job go away. And there were people who were hanging on to their jobs because they weren't capable of writing that code. And so the same thing happens with bureaucrats. And I noticed that also during my time in corporate. Bureaucrats always find a way to stay where they are. So God forbid that what they were working on goes away, they'll find themselves a reason to come back. And so that increases the bureaucracy and makes them even less efficient. So when United Healthcare at one point was a very, very well-run company, there was very sound culture, very progressive in a positive sense. And United Healthcare wound up buying the health insurance business of Midlife and the Travelers. And the CEO of then United Healthcare, he was a great guy. He came to visit our New Jersey facility. And I asked him the following question. And I think some people who were there didn't like that. I asked him, are we now, from now on, organizing the people around the work rather than organizing the work around the people? In other words, because we had this situation when we did something and now we're going to look for something else to do or else we're useless. And that's just not a high-functioning organization. Because it is ultimately the work that will yield profits, right? And so what happens, ironically, when United Healthcare integrated MetLife and the Travelers, it became a highly bureaucratic organization where people. I had a stint as a contractor there, and it's just bizarre that an ex-colleague of mine. Took me to his office, and it was 9 a.m. There was a conference call. There were several hundred people on this conference call. And he said, we do this on a daily basis, and I just don't even listen to what they're talking about.
Yeah, very true.
It's when somebody, here's another example about bureaucracy. One of the companies, I won't name names, had a meeting culture. There had to be at least 1 or 2 standing meetings every day that you need to participate in. And if you were not in the meeting, you felt like you weren't valuable enough. And so I made a suggestion because these meetings we would talk about the same stuff again and again. We didn't even come to a conclusion and then went into execution mode. So I made a suggestion in an email to senior executive management to make the company more efficient, that every employee, bar none, should tell his or her boss the one standing meeting they will not attend anymore. I didn't even get a response. Right. They were afraid of it. There were situations where people actually said things like, I don't really know what I'm talking about here, but this is really what I think. If that is an employee of mine, I would take him, to the woodshed. But that is like a sign of a sick culture.
Now, a lot of people are going to be listening to this, and I'm sure a lot of people to listen to your other stories. It's a pretty obvious question, and I'm sure some of them have asked it, but Jack, why has Putin, now that he's been powerful, 20 plus years, why does he allow an ex-agent still to walk around and talk about the old days?
Well,
why haven't you had that knock on the door yet?
No, if he had an opportunity to send a message after so many years, he would take advantage of it. And that's the reason I would never, ever, you offer me $10 million, I wouldn't go to Russia. There's also some neighboring countries where there's a lot of lawlessness. I would avoid Turkey, for instance, and the state of Georgia, not Georgia in the U.S., and a few other places. I wouldn't have a problem with the Baltic countries, even though they're physically close.
Okay.
But if I go to Moscow, I probably have an accident and fall out of a window, and the message will be, we'll get you, no matter how much time expired. Now, here's the thing, and I've discussed it with the FBI, and we are in agreement. The first thing needs to be considered. I did not defect. I was discovered. Okay, so and I was not a Russian citizen. I did not betray the motherland, which makes it less of a crime, regardless.
Right.
Even I was KGB, and if you can send a message, you will. But here's the thing that gets in the way. The teams that can go to another country and kill somebody there are highly specialized, and there aren't too many of them. And you know that when the GRU team that poisoned Skripal, they actually made mistakes, and it was traced back to the GRU. So they don't.
They still got it, but they still got away.
Yeah, right. But they have a limited number of specialty teams, and if Vladimir has a list of people that he would like to do away with, I wouldn't be very much at the top. So I feel totally safe in the United States, and I've traveled in Western Europe, and that wasn't a problem either.
You still go under the name Jack Barsky when you travel?
Yeah, sure. And it's in my passport. My passport, right?
Okay, fair enough. Jack, if you're going to look back at that young Albrecht, all those years ago, sitting in there that Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon, and they knock on the door and about to have a conversation.
Yeah.
What advice would you give him now?
Don't do it. Don't do it. And the reason I'm saying that, and Joe Riley actually wrote this in his foreword to my book. This kind of life will damage you in some ways. There's something that you cannot overcome. Like a minor thing, I get extremely nervous when somebody knocks on my door. When they ring the bell, it's different. When there's a knock, I like, oh, what? And the other thing that I should admit, the moment I stepped on the territory of the United States, that was, Chicago, I was extremely tense, and I wanted to go to sleep in the worst way. And I had bought a bottle of Johnny Walker Red at the airport, free of, what is it called?
Oh, duty free.
And
yeah.
And I went to my hotel room and I drank half of it, put myself into a coma. I mean, not literally, but, I had a comatose-like sleep and woke up with a huge headache. But from that point on, I thought I needed alcohol to go to sleep. And I became a high-functioning alcoholic. I mean, I never missed a day at work. Never. No. And I didn't go to work with, smelling like this, but it was the habit in the evening. No, that's not good for you. It took a lot of effort to get this under control. So don't do it. And the other thing is, I have friends now that are in their late 40s, early 50s, and they're really, really good friends and good people, and we meet level. And I tell them, that you are about 30 years ahead of me in terms of becoming who you could become. So it took me 70 years to get to a point where I think I'm there. I think I learned all my lessons, and I feel really comfortable in my own skin. That was not the case. So there was a long period when I didn't know who I was, and when I really and when you don't know who you were, you rely on the opinion of other people. But that's not a good thing, because you become a people pleaser, and you tell people what they want to hear. So I'm not there anymore. I can speak the truth in love. One thing I also learned is not be negative anymore. It is illogical to issue negative signals, because when you issue negative signals, you get negative signals back, and that is fundamentally self-destructive. That took me a while to. So I'm really there now. I talk with folks all the time, and they listen to what I'm saying. Younger people, they say, oh, "Man, that sounds interesting," and that detour cost me many good years. When I was physically in a little better shape, mentally, I was also mentally in better shape in terms of mental acuity. I would lose big time to my younger self if we played chess. I can't do that anymore. But in terms of overall thinking and what I call wisdom, I'm still there. The brain is still fast. It's just it's not as precise.
On that, Jack, firstly, thank you very much for making the time today. Been a good discussion, been a great discussion. Hope you've enjoyed it.
I'm still not quite tired yet, and I'm not even hungry. So this is the adrenaline and the and that comes with the having a good interview. And I knew we had a nice talk on the phone. I knew it would go like this, and I'm very thankful for you hosting me here, and hopefully that will open the a path to visit your country that is in the top 3 of my list.
Yeah. I hope to see you soon. All right?
Well, just make an effort, please.
Well, this will be going out pretty soon.
No, but you have the connections, and you talked about possibly like bringing a roundtable together and have a little conversation like this, but more intimate. That sounds like a great idea. And I hope I didn't disappoint you. I thought I did pretty well.
You did pretty well. You did really well. On that note, Jack, you've been listening to No Limitations.